you can cut, but I can't cut anymore of what I had said.
It's really
And
funny.
so that was
They were doing audio
the issue
tests,
that
and
was
now they
happening
just keep
behind the
talking.
scenes.
まあこ
So
れ
I'm
はで
like,
もねしょ
I'm
うがな
going
くて
to
実は
start everything
僕ら
up, get
は
everything
ね
set
や
up.
っぱりこ
They've
う
been
ゲーム
testing audio for
イン
like
ダス
last
トリ
20
ーでイン
minutes,
タビュ
telling
ーとか
stories.
取材が多くて
So
やっぱウェブ媒体その紙があったとしてもウェブ
the only
掲
thing
載
they've
もあります
talked
みたいなの
about,
で
and the only
文
big
字数
thing
が
is
溢れても
no,
ま
we're
あ
not
掲載
doing
の
NFTs.
なんだろう機械ってどっかにあるだろうからフルバージョンっていう形でやれればっていうのがそれも全員に
They're probably
あったん
gonna
ですけど
cut it in a
こう経
second,
済誌とか
but I just wanted to get
その
started
紙面
because
とか
I'm
になってくるとでやっ
bored.
ぱりここまでこだわって構成する人があんまりいないんだろうなと思っていてだからやっぱりこう今後はその文字数とかその一行
Yeah,
あたり
early.
の文字数と
So
か
I
っていう
mean,
のを
I
きっちり
was
事
gonna
前に
start
使
at
用
9
を聞いた
o'clock.
上で
They've
構成する
been
ならした方がいい
talking,
かなっていう
so
のが
I'm like,
今回のまあ
maybe I
学び
should
でし
start.
た
But
ね
then they're
ってい
also
う
like, we're gonna restart the Twitch stream, and
I mean, I think it's the
but then again,
way
they've just been
we write
bullshitting around.
articles nowadays.
Because all of this is
Considering
supposed to
the
be
game
like,
industry
here's what's going to
and the
happen
different
within the
interviews
next
that are
10
being
years of
held,
Final
and
Fantasy
a lot of
14.
media nowadays,
Which,
even if they
eh.
have a print media, they
But
typically
it's
have
really
like
nice
a
that
web
you
version
have,
of whatever
okay,
article
you
they
have,
write.
I
So
forget
if
the guy on the
something
right's
doesn't
name.
fit in the print version,
Nice,
it
clear
could
image.
always be used
Okay,
as
nice,
further
clear
content
image.
on the
Yeah,
web
Yoshi
version.
P in
And
the
I
middle.
think the team was kind of
Nice,
under
clear image.
that assumption for this
And
interview
then
as
the
well. And
translator
so I
is
think
using a shitty
this
webcam
was more like a
and
financial
whatever
paper
they
that we
use
had
for
to interview for, and it was more
what's
like
it
a print
called?
media. And so, and
that
I
stupid
think there's just
background
fewer and fewer
stuff.
places that have a very sort of strict limitation on
So
how
it's like this weird thing
they
of I
structure
look at
their
her and it's like it's a
articles. And
blurry ass
so
fucking
it was
image.
definitely a learning point
And then I
for
look
me
at Yoshi P and
to
it's nice
understand
and
how
neat.
many characters and or how many letters
It's like
need to
they
fit
really
in a
need to
certain
do
line of
better
text.
with that.
Before I had went into it with our sort of edits.
But they're talking about like some article that they had to write recently and edit down the fucking word count.
And it seems like we have approval with the updated version of the article. Hooray! Our edits were accepted.
でまあもうテストなんでそろそろ終わんないとあれだけ
Blurry
ど
one of
一個だけさっきね結構その NFT に対
But
して
you could tell the green
NFT は
screen
反対
behind
だ
her
っていう
or the
声が
weird
特
green
に
screen
ね
effect.
海外の人たちすごくナーバスになってると思うんだ、まあスクエアニックスの社長の松田が昇進表明みたい
Because
な
they're not all in
今
one
年の
place.
話を出したからちょっとやっぱりナーバスになってるなっていうところがあるなと思います。
And I do want to touch upon, I know we are doing just our test broadcast, so we need to end soon, but we did notice a lot of reactions from especially the Western users about the NFTs, many comments about how you are opposed to NFTs. I do understand that our CEO, Matsuda, had commented on the concept of NFT in his sort of New Year's greetings, in his messaging, and there may be a bit of sensitivity, a little bit of nervousness happening around the topic.
でまあはっきりさっきも言いましたけど、14でもう一切なんだろうゲームデザイン上そういうものじゃないので、やる気はないので、まずそれは安心して、もし不安に思ってるんだったら安心してほしい。それも明言しておくのでやらないです。はい。
And I did mention it earlier, but based on how Final Fantasy XIV is designed, we don't intend on incorporating any sort of NFT element in the game at this point. So if anybody is worried or concerned about it,
no,
I
it's
can
not
clearly
happening.
state at this time that we do not have any intentions to incorporate that into the game.
ただ見てると NFT をいわゆるマイニングされたものをただ掘り返すものなんじゃないかっていうふうにやっぱ勘違いしてる人もすごい多いなとは思ってるので、まあ、今度その海外の何かインタビューで、吉田さんが考えるその14とは関係なしにね、吉田さんが考える NFT って何ですかみたいな機会があれば、しっかりその新しいビジネスモデルでゲームが面白くなる可能性があるものだとは思って。
We did it with Valentine's Day
recently.
Yeah, there's I mean, of course, you also have Alpha and the little Omega, like right behind Yoshi P in the middle. And then The book under there is the Encyclopedia Eorzea. I think that's the first volume. That's the book that I have.
お金がどうこういう前にやっぱ面白いかどう
Which
か
I can't show.
まあファンであるっていうことが最優先だと思ってる。
Because I actually keep it sitting on the chair next to me. Big book.
But looking at how people are reacting to the subject matter, there also seems to be a good amount of people who may have it misconstrued as something that this is like a mining effort, that's something that you are digging up. And there might be some misconception about what exactly an NFT is. And so I would love, if there is an opportunity to speak to the subject of NFTs in an interview or something that's probably, not probably, I'm sorry, in an interview that is completely unrelated to Final Fantasy XIV, because it is an opportunity for a new business model. And I do believe that the vehicle itself could potentially be something that makes the concept of a video game a little bit more interesting. But that being said, we would need a specific game design that would accommodate for that concept of NFTs. And so if there ever is
I don't
an
think he can
opportunity
really
to
do
go
something with the
into it
blockchain
in
in
deeper
any sort of
detail,
way.
I
that
would like to sort of
as a
talk
decentralized
about
concept.
it, and I don't
Do anything with video
I think
games
there's a
because
potential of utilizing it without
how do I
going
put
in
this?
a wrong direction or like a bad direction.
How
And with any
NFTs
sort of video game, I
are
think before we
just
even talk
basically
about the financials or
a
like monetary
decentralized version
discussions, I think we
of
need to make sure that the
a
game itself
database.
is fun. And
So it's like,
are there fans of the game?
why?
And so I think that's very
you
that's a very
making a
important,
peer-to-peer
piece
database
that we still need to keep in mind.
Yeah, it does. Just because something needs to be used doesn't mean to be used. And thank you for the 5 bits,
簡単
killers.
に言うと14に NFT が入ったり
I didn't hear it
来たりしない
go
ので
off.
安心してねって話なので
Oh, there it
以
goes.
上です。じゃあ
Just took a
テスト
second.
終わって少し休憩したら本番行きましょうか。
はい。
But yeah, again, no NFTs in FF14, so don't worry. But yeah, I think
It's
that's
fine.
it
It's
for
fine.
now.
It's weird.
We'll
Like
take a
for
little bit of a
I
break,
noticed
and
it in
then we
chat
will get
first,
into
and
the main
then
part
the
of the
other thing.
broadcast.
はい。
Alright, so the letter live will kick off in 15 minutes, 11 a.m. 本番はこの後15分後、
Jesus
11
Christ,
時、
I guess
午前
after
11時から始まりますので、一旦このまま2人に戻りますが、そのままページほっといていただければ始まりますので、また後ほどお会いしましょう。So, we are going back to the cover image, but see you in 15 minutes. では一旦失礼します。
Yeah, they just kind of like, shot the shit for like a while. But yeah, letter live number 68. That means the letter live that comes out next month, it will be the nicest one. God, that image. Okay. Let's see. We got Paladin in the middle. I can't believe they also did Blue Mage, I think. Oh. Whoops. I think they said they had to restart the Twitch stream. Hold on. Not sure how this works upon there. Twitch chat. No. I don't want that. I want to hold on. Continue watching. I love LOL Title 1 is right there. Hold on. Don't look at my follower list. Please stop looking at my follow list. Wait, I could have just where is 14? All these different people that I follow. Some of them you've seen and some of them I rated. Whoops. Why is 14 not like super? Where is it? Here it is. It was in between Max and Vote. Okay. There we go. Ah. That's a lot of... No, that wasn't a lot of lollies there. What are you talking about? Cut out that bit. Then again, they have like 15 minutes before they discuss the next 10 years, which I guess is just, yeah, here's what we're building up to next expansion, and I guess here's some concepts and places we may explore. And then we'll go back to 14 and do the Hildebrand quest, because I'm doing this on my the PS5. I'm streaming this off of the PS5 because I was like, should I set up everything for it to be like on my screen? And I'm just like, no, I don't want to deal with that. Doot. 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 Get rid of that. There we go. It's probably the next game. I mean, that's the thing. It's like this feeling of like the next expansion will be on like a new client. But like I'm not really sure whether or not that's going to happen, because the next expansion is not for like another year. Like, there's not going to be any time this year. It's going to probably be the next year anyways. Clean slate with no lore baggage. I mean, that's the thing. It's like we've kind of done, like, most of the stories are wrapped up. So, like, you can start new or like do other things that like have been like done in such a way where you're not bringing back up the Empire, you're not bringing back up like certain things. Do 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 boop. Check my Twitter. No, because I don't think there's an underworld type of setting. We don't like the only thing that's close is how Labyrinthos is actually underground, but like I don't think they have like a Final Fantasy 4 or like a Final Fantasy 4 like deep cavern type of place. But, you know, there's only 3 continents, and we haven't technically even fully explored one continent. We've gone to places within the middle portion of the continent, but not everywhere. And then there's like islands and 2 other continents that one's to the south, Mericidia, which is where a few dragons live. And then there's the continent to the west, which is the New World, which, it's just called the New World. Underwater areas are kind of weird because, yeah, they do have to be done right. 14 has kind of like toyed with the idea of like they've had underwater swimming segments like here and there, but like the one zone that was like technically underwater, we just decided no, just put an air bubble and let people explore it normally. Yeah. So they just went no with that. No. Because like wow, what was it called? Yeah, Halja, and what was the zone that was in Halja? whatever that other first zone in Cataclysm was. Like, I don't totally mind that area. It was like that zone was way too big though. Like they had to do 3 sub zones for that one fucking zone. And then like I swear to God, in Battle for Azeroth, they just went no on that. Because in Battle for Azeroth, they added a zone that was, I forget what the whole point was. It was like they split a portion of the ocean near the palace where Ajara was, and it's like you can go explore there. I'm trying to remember. That was, yeah, no, they added that zone, and then they added the Mecha Gnome zone. And then the very next patch, and which is after I stopped, they like, okay, so the last 2 allied races are going to be the Mecha Gnomes and the fucking Finnic Foxes. I think they're called Volpera? Yeah. And then they did nothing else with allied races ever again because they started internally combusting. Fucking Shadowlands happened. Of course not. I mean, like, a lot of, like, WoW was unfinished. A lot of classic WoW, and the reason why you didn't have flying was because it was put together with, like, sticks and stones. Well, one of the things about game design is that if the player cannot see it, there's no need to render it. So, like, I'll just find because it's a mountain and a tree, and there's a path up, you only have to render up to a path up. Anything past that is not really worth it. Same thing with what I think is, like, Northern Lorthon. Because there was some areas right there. The thing that I never kind of, like thought of, and I wish they kind of, like, would have taken the time to do during Kata, was to bring, like, the Night Elf area and, like, the Draenei starting area into, like, the main zones. Because there was never much of a reason not to do that outside of their own that instance blade that also has the Burning Crusade stuff. And I guess it's like, well, we need to do all of this first. And it's like, don't have to. And you barely fucking redid certain zones. Like the fact that Silithus never got a good rework, it kind of bugs me. Get it, bug, because Silithus was full of the Silithids and whatnot. So I need a... God. Why doesn't this keep me logged in? I just once again noticed my fucking Mitt. I keep forgetting that I need to relog back into, like, Twitch and OBS. And I keep forgetting that I use my number pad a lot. Yeah. So essentially, going to do this until the Q&A because the Q&A might not even have that much good, unless it does. Might do 1 or 2 questions, and because I really want to start Hildebrand, which will be the grand finale of these weeks I've been doing. The thing about like rating, especially old WoW rating, is that it always felt like vanilla WoW always felt like the difficulty comes from wrangling so many people to do the bosses. Like the bosses themselves don't have that many mechanics that are mechanically complex, but it's getting 40 people to do them. Like, I'm just thinking of, like, God. It's like, you do 1 or 2 things, and then it's like, but that's about it. Meanwhile, like, nowadays, your bosses are kind of more mechanically complex. Like, even what I'm doing here in this game is, like, feels more mechanically complex than, like, Onyxia. On the server, Western directory. Oh, I guess it's been 15 minutes.
Hello everyone. 第68回 Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサーレターライブをお送りいたします。Thank you very much for tuning in to Final Fantasy XIV Letter from the Producer Live number 68. 皆さんに自己紹介お願いします。Please introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV. 皆さんおはようございます。そしてこんばんはな人も多いですね。Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。そして本日進行を務めますコミュニティチームモルボルこと室内です。よろしくお願いします。My name is Toshio Murochi, also known as the Fox Clone. You are global community producer here. I will do the MC stuff for today's live letter. はい、そして、本日はですね、本日の、プロデュ PLL も、日本語と英語のバイリンガル放送でお送りいたしますので、我らがあいみさんがスクエニアメリカオフィスから入ってくださっております。So once again, today's letter live is fully bilingual in both Japanese and English. So we have a special member from Square Enix America office. あいみさんです。おはようございます。
おはようございます。スクエアニックスアメリカの徳武愛美です。通訳を務めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。
That's one of the key
Hello
arts
everyone.
for
This is
Endwalker.
Amy from the Square Enix Los Angeles office. I'm going to be supporting for the translations today.
はい。で本日の、PLL はですね、このセットアップをご覧になった方もいるかと思いますが、吉田さんが話したことは、あいみさんが通訳してくださいます。で私が喋ることは私が自分で、翻訳しながら進めていきますので、で私からは大して重要な話は出ませんので、私のことを翻訳し忘れてるなというのはスルーしておいていただければと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。So today's setup is 吉田さんexplain things in Japanese and then あいみさん will do 吉田さん 's voice in English and I will translate myself. はい、そして今日の PLL はですね、前半戦はファイナルファンタジー14の新たなる挑戦、次の10年に向けてということで、吉田さんからいろいろご説明いただきます。そして後半はですね、休憩挟みまして後半は、フォーラムで事前に募集しました、パッチ 6.0 をプレイしてみての、Q&A セッションをお送りしたいと思います。So today's letter live has two major parts and then first half is the kind of presentation by producer director Naoki Yoshida, which is where we are and where we are going for next 10 years. And then we have a taking break, and then latter half is the Q&A session based on your gameplay of 6.0 expansion.
はい。
はい、ということで、
I
始めてまいりたい
should have
と
like
思います。
said in the
で
question.
すね、私がこっちを見てるとき、こうなってるとき
Will
は、
Hildebrand
皆さん
come
のコ
back
メン
and
トを
would
見
he
てるときな
learn
の
how
で、
to would he
今
know
日こう
how
いう
to
シチュエ
play
ー
a
ションす
go
ごい多いと
kart
思
or
うんで、
something? Because
ご
I
意見
I
くだ
want to
さ
be
い。
right about that whole thing.
So you might see me turning my head sometimes when I'm speaking, but I am actively looking at the comments that people are making as they watch the stream. So you may see me turned this way, but I am still participating. So just wanted to let you know.
まあちょっとね、日本のコメントでね、この手の通訳放送はテンポ悪いんだよなって言ってる人いるんですけど、まあグローバル全体でね、お届けしているので、吉田の長い話をですね、あゆみさん一生懸命ね、通訳してくれてるんで、そこはね、それを言われると我々ちょっと悲しくなるんで、そういう、まあファンフェスのステージぐらいで思って見てもらえると嬉しいかな。
And we do see some comments about how translations kind of drag on the pace. It doesn't feel as quick. But Amy is here to try to facilitate communicating Yoshida's comments. It makes us sad if you're disappointed that it's in two languages. But perhaps if you look at it like a FanFest stage event where we have the Japanese and English, maybe
It's more
that might
like
help it make
if
it
this
more fun.
wasn't translated in
コメン
English,
トで今日は
like
6.1 は
it
がっ
would
つり
be
じゃないん
just
ですかっ
me
ていうのもあ
sitting
るん
there
ですが、so we see
commenting
some
until like
comments.
a
Is it,
fucking
do we have
like
any further
shows up
updates
and being
for
like,
6.1?
holy fucking
So-
shit, that's what they're
6.1
doing,
がっつりってこ
and
とだけ
then
はない
like
ですね。
bullshitting
そうで
the
すね、
rest
パ
of
ッチ
the time.
6.1 の
Which kinda
内容
happens.
と紹介
I mean,
に関して
like
は
a lot of
3月4日
はい、了
the
解です。
older
に、
letter
パッチ
producer
6.1
lives
特集パート
were
1の
just in
PLL をやる予
Japanese.
定なので
And like
6.1 のまあ
just to get
ま
a
あでも今日ちょっ
translation,
と
you
出ま
had
すけど
to
ね、
basically follow a
6.1 の
thread
詳しいところはそっ
on
ちに譲り
the
ま
the
す。
Final Fantasy XIV boards.
So yeah, today's broadcast is not literally going to be just about 6.1. We may touch upon it, but then the details are going to be explained on another episode of the live letter on March the 4th. This is JST, but we will go into details at that timing.
あとはま
Two
あ
weeks.
なんかこう重大発表的なねニュアンスで取られてるけど
Great.
楽し
You
く
know,
気楽に
it's
行くの
really
で
fun
皆さんもで
that
す
I
ね
picked
緊
the
張
day
せ
that
ず気楽
ended up
に今日
being
は見
like a
て
lot of
もらえる
these
と嬉
live
しいです
letters.
And some people might be bracing for a very important announcement when we talk about today's broadcast, but that's not the intent. We would love for you to just relax and just have fun with the broadcast.
It's
なんか
not
こうい
big
うこと言う
stuff.
たびにさよしやめんのみたいなの出るんだよなついにこう俺さでもいつだっけ新情報発表会でさ、言ったばっかだよね
そうですね
ライフワークだって言ってるんでそういう話じゃないんですよ
Big connection.
I
No,
mean, I
I don't
understand we were
think
talking
so.
about like the
They
future
don't
of
do
Final
that
Fantasy
as
XIV, but
much.
every time we mention
Like, if
something
it's
like that,
something
people are
that
like, "Oh
has like
no,
a
is Yoshida
connection,
going to
it will
quit?"
be like an
And-
in-game
no,
event.
I think I told us when we were doing our
So
announcement
unless,
showcase in
like,
February,
Jack,
it's like 14 is my life
Garland
work.
from Final
It's not
Fantasy
like I'm going
Origins
to just up and leave
shows up in
suddenly.
Aurozia,
もうそんなんで嘘つきたら
like
ね
I
やだ
don't
か
think
ら
that's gonna happen.
なん
Now,
だ
granted,
ろうそんなね
they've
自分
done,
の
let's see,
去就をね
Final
重大
Fantasy
発表
13,
します
Final
みたいなね
Fantasy
こと
15.
言わないで
15
す
took a
よ
while
恥ずかしい。
later.
うん
I don't want people to be
Some
going around
Dragon
saying,
Quest
"Oh, you're
stuff,
such a
some
liar."
Yokai
Because I mean,
Watch
I'm
stuff.
not the type of person who would make these kinds of
So,
like my
like, I'm
personal
not sure if they
announcements
do it.
on a
It might
live
be
stream.
like months
So-
later.
さあでは、やっていきましょうか早速前半だいたいね2時間ぐらい、後半も多分2時間ぐらい使うんじゃないかなと思いますなのでご飯食べたりですね今日土曜日なんで飲める人はお酒飲みながらとかでも全然いいので、楽しくいきましょう
So we're looking at least for the first part, we're looking at about 2 hours broadcast. And so just you're free to do like you have dinner or like eat lunch as you're watching the broadcast. It is a Saturday, so if you want to start drinking early, you're more than welcome to do so.
さあ行きましょうでは、画面切り替えてもらっていいかな
What?
はい。
Wow,
じゃあ
small.
早速いきますが、
Today's
改めて
topics.
今日お話しする内容のトピッ
They
ク
like
おさらいしておきましょう。
event Aurozia and
Okay, so
Orther.
jumping right in, let me go over the topics we will cover.
で、まず一つ目はちょっとです
Our journey
ね
thus、far.
まあ14これまで、
14 from
正確にはね
2010 to
11年やっ
2021.
てきているの
When
で、
it
まあ
was
ちょっと振り返
complete
りを
as
最初にね
to when it was
皆さんへ
probably
の
one
感
of
謝
the
も込め
best
て、や
MMOs
りた
on
い
the
と思います。
market. Well, sorry, not
First
one of the
topic,
best,
of course,
the
it's been about
best.
11 years, to be accurate, how long 14 has been going on. So we'd like to kind of do a little bit of a retrospect, just convey our thanks to our players and look back on everything.
でまあそれを振り返った上でですね、
New
まあちょっ
futures
と
the
この
next
先
10
じゃあさらに
years.
もう10年は僕続けたいと思ってるんで、まあこの先10年さらに14を発展させていくために、まあ新しい挑戦やっていきますよといろいろそこについてまあどんなことやっていくのかというのをお知らせしたいと思います。
And then once we do look back on
I'm
our
not
past, then we look
sure.
forward to the
Because,
next 10
like,
years.
one
Because
of
as
the
I
problems
mentioned, I
of,
would love to
like,
continue having
the
Final
original
Fantasy
14
for
was what they
yet another
typically
10
call,
years. So there are many different
I forget what the actual term is,
things
like
that we want to
polygon
do in
bombs,
order to
where like
continue expanding
like
Final
the reason
Fantasy 14.
why
Many challenges that we want to
the
take
game would
on.
run
So
like
I
shit
want to touch
is
upon some of those
because
items in
somebody
today's
modeled like a
broadcast.
flower pot with
で
so
こ
many
こまでいった
polygons
ら一
that
回休
would
憩を挟
just
んで、
require
放
too
送
many
の後半と
resources
し
and
て
stuff.
3つ目、パッチ 6.0 行月のフィナーレ、プレイしてみて何かありますか
I'm not
というので
sure
Q&A 事前
what
に
engine
質
they
問募集
use.
し
I
て
think it's their
い
own
ましたので、それに
proprietary
対してい
engine.
ろいろお答えしていこうかなと思ってま
Like
す。
it's not Unreal. It's never
And then once
probably
we do
going to be
that,
Unreal.
we will have a break in
Um,
between, and then it'll go into the latter half of the show where we kind of asked the players, what did you think after playing 6.0? And so we will do a bit of an Endwalker Q&A.
あと10年間吉田リビングデッドを使う気だなみたいなコメントがあったりね。
We're seeing comments like, oh, 10 more years, huh? Is Yoshida going to kick off his Living Dead?
まああったよね、確かにね。吉田の量産を開始しましたとか、クローンの吉田が誕生したので紹介しますとか、そういうのじゃねえかって書かれてましたね。
But yeah, I think I've seen comments similar to that, and like people saying, "Oh, we have mass manufactured Yoshida clones."
でなぜか私はもう完了してますよって書いてあるんですよ。
そう。
Yeah, then I say I've done already, so something like that.
では早速いきましょうか。まずはまあ正確にはね11年なんですけど、大きくくくってまあ10年ここまで皆さんとねやってきたのをちょっと振り返っていきたいと思います。
Okay, so jumping into the timeline here, of course, accurately it's 11 years, but like we'll call this the 10 years of Final Fantasy 14.
まあいろいろありましたね。まあ2010年
Version
サービス
1.0
を開始してその12月に運営体制ね全部開
This is
発
just
も
the
推進
beginning.
して僕はここから参加ですね。
Physical service for 1.0, the
So
garbage
first,
one.
2010 was when
3
it all
months
started.
later,
Many things
that's when
that
Yoshida
happened
came
have
aboard
caused
about.
us to sort of reconsider the development structures, and there was a lot of changes that were made in order to kind of
Yeah, I started
reboot
playing
the title.
in
So this is when I joined in.
August
Yoshida
of
joined into
2013.
the project.
Oh God.
で2021
So, like, it doesn't
年
feel like 10
の
years
違
for
う
me
2011年の
because
10月14日
it
に
wasn't
まあ
until
14
like
日が縁起が
around
いいだろうっていう
reborn
の
that I
で
finally
申
started
請
playing.
をやりますよという
I
発
think I
表してま
touched the
すね。
beta of 1.0 but did not enjoy
And then
it at all.
2011, October 14th, we were thinking 14th must bring us good luck. And that's when we announced that we are going to have Final Fantasy 14 Reborn.
海外の皆さん詳しいよ
I
ね。
would say it's a new graphics engine. They
アイ
just
さんもインタビューに
redid
言ってくれたと思
everything.
うけど、9番を遊んでみたいの
I'm
で、
not sure,
復活
like,
9番のサーバーを復活させる気ありませんかって、クラシック
They
ファ
had
イ
to
ナルファンタジー
rebuild the game
14やる
from
気ありませんかっ
scratch.
て、ナイトメアって答え
But
た
I
やつ
still
みん
think
な
that
覚え
it's
て
still on
ナ
the
イトメア、ナイトメアっ
bones
てす
of
げえってコ
like
メン
the
ト。
original game 1.0's
I love how
engine.
the comments from the West are. I love how they know all these details, and I'm sure Amy had sat into the interviews as well. But people were asking about, oh, are you going to make an FF14 1.0 classic like WoW Classic did theirs?
Nightmare.
And Yoshida answered, "Nightmare," and so people are calling the time of 1.0 in Nightmare. It's awesome.
It
で、まあ、
is. It
2012
is.
年の11月11日に
It
で
is
すね、時代の
legitimately a
終
thing
焉
of
トレーラー公開とともにですね、一旦
if
申
you
請
don't
の
know
準
how
備の
games
た
are
めに
made or anything
Q14 の
else
サー
like
ビ
that,
スを
like one of
終了させていただいて
the
ます。
problems is like map
And
design.
of course,
And like
in
nowadays
November
it's like
11th
between the
of
zones you have a loading
2012,
screen. Like I go
we
from
titled
one
it
zone
the
to
end of
another,
an
there's a
era,
loading screen.
and we sort of closed
1.0
the
had
service
connected
for
zones,
the
but
original
they were
version of
connected
Final
via a
Fantasy
tunnel.
14.
まあ、9番からねやってくださ
But
ってる
that's a
方も
loading
結構い
screen
る
tunnel.
し、9番の
It's like,
捉え方って結構まち
an
まちだ
article
とは
discussing
思うん
new
ですけ
engine for
ど、
graphics.
9番の、ラスト付近はそれはそれでまた独特の、ゲームデザインの MMO として結構ね、
It's
好
like
きだ
I
った、
think people
面白くなったんだよって言
like
ってく
take
れる
for
人たちも
granted
たくさんい
like
て、
what an actual
まあ、僕らシャットダウンするのを
interconnectivity
決め
is.
ながらも作ってたところに対してそういうね
Not
評価
take
を
for
もらってたり
granted.
す
More
る
like
の
they
は
just
とてもありがたいこと
don't
なので、僕ら
kind
も
of
す
thing.
ごい
It's
ね、
kind of
実は
like
励
when
みに
every
な
time
っ
I
てました。
was playing Star Fox and I was like, yeah,
For
this
people
room
who have been
exists
playing,
for load.
Since the original 1.0,
Like once you start
may
recognizing
have their different
the
opinions
you know
about
why
how
we
the
have
game had
multiple
played.
squeeze throughs and
But there were
crawl
people
throughs
who
and why
thankfully
there's like an
acknowledged
amount of
how
time
14 was starting to
to go
shift,
through
and
this
they
one little
did take
stupid
notice
tunnel.
about how the game design was unique, despite
It becomes
we
like
were
painfully
looking to
obvious.
sunset the original version. And so it was
I
wonderful
wonder-
that
it's probably
people
because they're
acknowledged that,
watching it
and
on
that
their
was
own,
very
or
encouraging
you know,
for us
watching
as a
somebody
team.
else, or just
ち
watching
なみに
dev.
9番から今日
I'm
視
here
聴してく
to
ださってる
do
方、
this.
914からやってるよって方、
Everyone
どう
bonus.
です
Yeah,
か、手を挙げてもらってもいいですか。
So if I could have
They're-
people in
they're
the
probably
comments,
bitching at
show of hands, I don't know how you raise your hands, but like anybody who's been playing since 1.0, the original Final
No.
Fantasy 14,
I know
we'd
there's
love to
some
see who's
people,
been
but
with us
holy
since
fucking
then.
shit.
お、めっちゃい
す
るな。
ごい There's a lot. Wow.
What?
Thank you very much.
すごいありがたい。
That's amazing. Thank you
Ah.
guys.
まあここからね、あと10年お互い健康に気をつけて楽しんでいきましょう。
But yeah, we're looking forward to the next 10 years. So yeah, let's all take care of our health and keep going. That's awesome.
で、2013年ですね、ベータテストをやりながら、2013年8月27日についに新生オルゼア正式サービス開始することができました。
So moving on, 2013, we start our beta testing for A Realm Reborn, and then August 27 of the same year, we were able to relaunch as A Realm Reborn.
振り返るとで
2.0.
すね、2011年の
it's
3
kinda
月
like
ぐらいから
the
一気に新生
This
14の設計だけ5人ぐらいで
Street Fighter?
設計をスタートして2011年の
What
6
what's the
月
other
から
one? Mega Man?
6人の
It's
プロ
like
グラマー
those
が
are like the
コードを
games
書き
that's
始め
like
た
yeah, the game
のを
doesn't
覚えてる
the
の
the
で
franchise
実質そ
doesn't
こか
really
ら
begin
2
until
年2
like
ヶ月
2.
で新生リリースしてるの
Because
で
Mega Man 1
ちょっと
is
驚異
like
的
not worth
今振り
playing
返
unless
る
you're
と
playing powered up. It's like a totally
And
different
looking
game.
back,
Mega Man
so
2
that
is
it
the
was
one that started
2011
great.
in March.
Same thing with Street Fighter.
We started
Street Fighter
at
didn't
least
start
doing
until
the
2.
framework,
Final
just
Fantasy
the
14 didn't start
design
until
structure first. And it was
2.0.
a very small team that worked on it. It was 5 people who started on the base framework. And then starting June of that same year, 2011, we had 6 programmers starting to write code. And considering it took about 2 years and 2 months to relaunch, that's just incredible.
で、念願だったですねファンフェスっていうのを2014年の10月からですね、スタートすることができました。今でも覚えてます。
And of course, by 2014, October, we were able to hold our very first fan festival. That was something that we really wanted to do.
初めてやった北米のファンフェスの基調公演でステージに上がった時の大歓声でですね、もう足が震えて
God.
I still
Heaven's Ward
remember
was
it
such a
today.
great game.
The first time we
Fucking
did our fan
Heaven's Ward,
festival,
5 million
and we
players
started out
are
in the
registered
North America
users.
region. And when I took the
10 million
stage to
in
do
2
my
years,
keynote
or
presentation, and
by
just
the
the cheer
that in
that I
5
received
years,
from the audience, man, my
fuck,
legs were shaking when I
double
was up
5
there.
million in 2 years.
で初の拡張であるヘブンズワード、2015年の6月
And
に
then a
リリ
year
ースし
later,
て
another
その
4
後の
million,
8
and then
月
another
に、
year later.
全世界累計登録者
another
数
2
が
million.
500万人を突破したと。
That's just
And
registered
then
accounts.
next, we were able to launch
Yeah.
our first ever expansion pack, Heaven's Word,
Yeah, I
in
think
2015
so.
June, and then soon
Like,
after,
I'm
we
pretty sure
reached
that's the same thing
5
for
million
like Ragnarok
registered
Online and
players.
like maybe one
で
other
この
thing.
辺りはですね、
Like
我々
definitely,
開発チームもですね、
Fantasy XIV Online
って言われて
or
よし
Monster
やっちゃう
Hunter,
ぞ
which
って
aren't
言って
MMOs, but still have that kind of weird
のをやったらです
online
ね
DNA
いや
to
難し
them.
すぎんだろって
Where it's all about
なってですね
cooperation.
我々もい
Like the
ろいろな
PvP
失敗
elements
を繰り返
exist
しつつ
within
で
those
すね
games, but
今
like,
に
well,
つながっ
not
てる本当
Monster
重要
Hunter,
な
but
時期だったと思い
Fantasy
ますこ
Online,
こは
sure. But like, they're
But
never
this
the
is around the
forefront.
time when people were starting to clamor
I'm not
for
really-
higher difficult content, and the dev team got so excited
I
about,
don't
oh yeah, you
know.
want difficult, and so we gave you a really tough content, and people started complaining now about, oh no, this is too difficult, Yoshida, this is too difficult, and so we were trying to find that balance. It was trial and error trying to
I mean,
get
on
to
one
that
hand,
nice
like,
balance.
my
But I think it
understanding,
was really
and this
important
was
that
like
we're
a
making that
recent interview,
conversation.
is that
あれ
like
でね僕は
how
人生の
Japanese
格言の
players
一つをね
are
学んだんですよ
versus the Western
プレイヤーの皆
audiences
さんに
are
は
like two
い
different
や
types
ちょっ
of
と簡
things.
単だったなって言わ
Where
れる
there's
ぐら
a
い
thing
が
called the
ちょうどいい
mentor
んだなと
system within 14. I'm not a mentor
Then it
because
was then
fuck
that I
that.
learned this very
Um,
valuable lesson.
to
which
get it, you're
is,
supposed to
I think
raise
it's
a tank
best to keep
class,
the
a healer
difficulty where the
class, and a
players would
DPS
walk
class
out of
up
it saying,
to max
that was pretty
level,
easy.
do X amount of
で、
dungeons, and then
グレンド
you
リベレ
apply
ーター
for it.
を発売したのが
And it's supposed to
2017
help
年
people.
6月で、この辺りから
In the
ようや
West,
く
it's
こう
just
バトル
like
コンテンツ
treated
以
as
外
a
の
fucking
そ
shiny
のもう
crown.
14の世
And
界で
there's
進
just
むみたい
some
なことを
super bad
より
mentors.
具体化してい
In
けるようになっ
Japan,
たのが
like
こ
they
のぐらい
just
の
don't
時期で
care.
まあそれがね
But then again,
功を
also in
奏してですね
Japan, most
登
players
録
have
者
like
数が
all
まあ
their
この時点で
classes to
1000万人
max.
突破と
Unlike
And then, of
most
course,
Western players, which
Stormblood
only do
released
like
in
maybe a few
2017
classes.
June, and we started looking at various
separate round.
other types of content aside from
Like,
battle
Dragon Quest
and
10 never
combat.
came out here.
Content that would involve
And
the
that's
feeling
kind
of
of
living in the world
thing.
of Final Fantasy XIV. And I think that really struck a chord with people. People were resonating with it, which thankfully got us
I mean,
to our
maybe we'll
registered
get
player
it,
number
but
up
like,
to
because they're making a
1.4,
single
I'm sorry,
player
14
Dragon Quest
million
10.
players.
思い出されるグレンドリベレー
And
タ
we
ー
might
初日のね
get
ラウバー
that
ン当滅
one,
戦
すごかったですね。
which I'll be
And I still remember when Stormblood
okay
first
with, I
launched,
guess.
Rauban Extreme.
Eventually, it's like maybe
And I
we'll finally get it.
ありましたね
I think we all remember that.
まあ、あの失敗があってね今の安定したキューイングシステムがあったりするからね、
But I mean, even with that failure, we learned from it, and we were able to build a much better queuing system.
そしてですね2018年になると、全世界登録者数が1000万人を1400万人を突破して、2019年には、1600万人を突破とありがとうございます。
So I'm sorry, this is where we hit 14 million is 2018 August. And then moving on, we reached 16 million players by 2019 May. So thank you so much for all the players that are staying with us.
そうして続けてですね
They've been more willing
2019
to
年に、
do
漆黒のヴィランズを発売しその年末にはですね全世界累計登録者数が 1800 万人を、
a few months
突破とな
later,
りました。
18 million.
And moving on,
Then
we released
2020,
Shadowbringers in
20 million.
2019.
Then, of
and,
course, the
soon
WoW
after,
Exodus
we
happens.
surpassed
Then
18
we hit
million
25
registered
million.
players.
And that was
数字に関して言うと
5 days before
単純に数字だけ
Endwalker
を
launched.
こう見ていくとそのなんていうの増えるペースっていうのがばらついてるようにまあ見えるのかもしれないんですけど実は体験したことのある人が増えれば増えるほど、新規が当然減るんですよね、パイが決まってるところから新しい人を呼ばなきゃいけないのでだからここまでの数字になってるのにさらに数百万増やしていくっていうこと自体はとてもすごいことでこれは本当ねまあ開発運営チームの努力もそうなんですけどマーケティング PR チームがコミュニティの皆さんと一緒になって達成してきてる数字なので本当にこれはね誇らしい数字だと思ってます。
Like,
looking at the
if,
numbers,
if 1 million copies
like
sold in Japan and 2 million copies
there's no
sold in the
real,
West,
like nothing of note. Oh yeah, the numbers
it
are
doesn't
just
seem as
increasing.
great.
But
Yeah,
if you
3 million
consider
copies
this,
worldwide,
if we
which,
have a certain number
being
of
honest,
people
is
already playing the
fine.
game,
Holy fucking
and
shit,
if we
selling
have
3
a
million
single
copies
pie
is fine.
that we're taking numbers
But you would
out
assume,
of,
like,
you would
well, maybe
expect
there
the
should have
numbers
been
to
more.
start going down. But
it's reasonable when you have a
interesting
bigger
that we
base
see
to
more and more
expect to
players
sell
join us
more.
even after all these years.
But
We are
like you
seeing
want to sell more
millions signing up.
proportionally,
So
which
of
is not
course,
always going
I
to be
really
the
want to
case.
acknowledge the development team, operations
I'm
team,
kind
but
of glad
also the
that we're
marketing
getting to
and
the
PR
point where
teams
Dragon
working
Quest
with
is
the community
coming
to
back
kind of
as
promote
like
the
a
title
popular
and get
choice
the
in a
word
way.
out. So I'm
But
very
I feel
proud
like
of
the
their
only
achievements.
reason why it's there
そ
is
して
because
2021年、
people are
去
kind of a
年で
little
す
bit
ね、
starved
12
for
月2日にはですね、
traditional
全世界
turn-based
累計登録者数
RPGs
が
from the
2500万人を
90s.
突破し、ちょっと昨日の数字とかは見てないですけど、まだ全然まだ上がってってると
And
思うの
like
で、
Dragon
で12
Quest
月
is
7日ですね、
that.
すいませ
It
ん、2
is
週間
so
ほどちょっと遅
basic
延をさせていただくこと
in
には
its
なってしまいました
storytelling
が、
that it's
行
fine
列の
to
フィナ
sit
ーレを
back
発
and
売し
kind
て
of、just enjoy.
ハイデリングゾ
Sometimes
ディ
you
アク
need
編
a
完結と
very
い
basic
うところま
story
でこぎつけて
that,
こられ
you
たな
know,
と。
I mean, I
Of
wouldn't say
course, 2021, which
challenges
is last
you,
year,
but like
we surpassed
it's just
25
like
million
sometimes
registered
you want to
players.
see a
I
Demon
did not
King and
see
you want to
yesterday's
beat the
numbers or
Demon
like as of
King.
yesterday's numbers, but I do understand
Uh,
that our numbers are still increasing. And then afterwards, I know we had to
And
delay
like, you know, there's
the
only been
release by about 2 weeks. Again, apologies
11
for
Dragon
the
Quests,
delay,
and
but
like
we were
only
able to
10
release
of them are
Endwalker,
traditional
and finally we were
RPGs,
able to conclude the
with
overarching
one of them
story
being an
of
MMO.
Heidelin and Zodiark.
まあ長かったようで、僕は結構あっという間の11年
Unlike Final Fantasy,
でした。
which
でも本当にね、
changes all
世
the
界中の
time.
プレイヤーの皆さん、光の選手の皆さん、メディアの皆さんもね、関係各社の皆さんにも本当にものすごくこんなに支えてもらうタイトルは他にないだろうと思うぐらい支えていただいてここまで来れたので、改めて本当に感謝をお伝えしたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
2022.
And it feels like a long time, but man, these 11 years went by very quickly for me. And all of our Warriors of Light, our players, members of the media, all of our supporting partner companies as well. There were just so many people that supported us throughout this all. So I do want to take this opportunity to convey my gratitude from the bottom of my heart. So I sincerely thank everybody.
はい。まあ、あとは本当ね、開発チームにも、本当に厳しいスケジュールでやってきてて、まあ、実は拡張パッケージそのものの開発期間って1年とか、下手すると1年切ってたりするんで、まあ、本当に頑張ってきてもらいました。
And I also want to acknowledge the development team as well. They were always working against a very harsh schedule, and even developing some of our expansion packs. Sometimes we have only about a year or even less than a year to get through all of the tasks that needed to get done. So I really want to show my appreciation to them as well.
さて、ではこれを踏まえてですね、ここまで歩んできたその11年、9番の状態を考えれば、これ以上ないぐらいの成功をさせていただいたと思ってます。ここはあんまり言葉を隠さずに成功できてると思ってるので、それでいいと思ってるんですけど、まあここまではある意味もう過去になったので、ここからさらに次の10年また挑戦を続けていきたいと思います。
And looking at the trajectory here and the path we've walked down, I think I want to consider this a success from what we had taken and what state it was in when we had first taken on the,
it is
the
a
project
success.
and to bring it to where it is
for
now.
fuck's sakes.
I'm not ashamed to declare it. It might be a little awkward in the Japanese, but I believe it is a success. And I think it's a good thing that we've gotten here.
It's more than
But
a success.
now that we have gotten this far, all of this is now in the past, and so we want to look to the future. We want to see what kind of challenges we can take on.
And made
というわ
something
け
that
で
people
2つ目のセク
like
シ
to
ョンであ
come
る
back to.
14の新しい挑戦と題してですね、まあ、今後どういうことをやっていくよというのをお伝えしていきたいと思います。
So, for the second part of this presentation, as you see, it is
You know,
entitled
every time
Newfound
I look at this,
Futures.
I'm
So,
kinda
I would like to
flattered
discuss
that, like,
what we are intending to do.
How this
まずですね、
artwork
僕としては
looks
ですね、
is
社
pretty much
長からやめ
exactly
ろ
how
っ
it
て言わ
looks
れ
in
る
game.
か、ま
Well,
あ、
I
やめ
mean,
ろって言われても
it's
抵抗する
better
と思うん
in,
ですけど、
you know, in this
開発チーム運営チームから
CGI.
やめろって言われるか、死
how
ぬか
everything is placed
ぐらい
is
の以外
exactly
で
the
は
same
とても
in
やめる気が
game.
なく続けていきますんで、この先もぜひ皆さんよろしくお願いします。
is
And
a
me
neat
personally,
touch
as Yoshida,
because it's like, yeah,
unless
you can
the
see
CEO
the
says
fucking
Yoshida, you
weird
need to
set it
leave, and
place.
even then, I think I'm going to fight him.
You can see
Or if
the
like
big
the development
library that
team,
we
the
have to go
operations team want to
to,
kick me out, or if I,
and
God forbid, die.
fucking
Those are the only extreme
Levier
cases I would even
Manor,
consider
whatever on the
leaving
right.
the 14 project. I want to continue working on Final Fantasy 14, so your continued support will definitely be appreciated.
というわけでですね、
Looking
まず
forward to
今回その10
7.0.
年さらにこう14をせっかくねここまで日本初のそのサービスでこの規模まで来れるってなかなかあることじゃないので、この先の10年に向けてまずは 7.0 をめがけて、新しいことに挑戦していこうと思ってます。
So of course, with this title, and considering that this game was launched from a Japanese development studio and being able to expand to this global scope, it's a rarity, I think. And so my next goal, my future goal is now looking at 7.0 and leading up to that, what can we do?
コメントが7.0 って言ったかで
大丈夫大丈夫、もうシナリオ会議の1回目やったから合宿やったから7.0 はやるよ。
People are already speculating about, oh no, 7.0 confirmed? Well, I mean, we are already talking about scenario for 7.0. I'm not
like
afraid to say that we do intend on
They're gonna
doing
make
a 7.0.
more video game?
まずここに向けてちょっとコンセプトを話をさせてもらいます。まずその一つ目がこちらになります。
Now, that being said, I do want to establish what my thinking is and the concept behind what we're trying to do leading up to 7.0. And this is the first point.
まあこれ具体的にどういうことっていうのはこの後ちゃんと、お話ししようと思います。
And of course, I will go into detail as to what this exactly means.
そしてですね、7.0 に向けて、チャレンジとしてですね、こちら、第1次グラフィックスのアップデートの準備開発っていうのをやっていきます。
Which it still puts me on edge.
Next, again, leading up to 7.0, and one of the challenges that we want to take on is our first graphical update, at least the preparation and the development for it.
まあ、なんで第一次ってついてるかっていうのも後でねこの項目の掘り下げでちょっとお話ししようと思います。
And of course, when we dive into each of these different points, I will touch upon why we are calling this the first graphical update.
まあ一応先に言っとくコメントが結構多いですね。7.0 で PS4 が遊べなくなるってことはないです。
I'm wondering about that.
それはないのでお約束しておきます。
You mentioned PS4 because
I do want to clarify though, because I am seeing a lot of comments wondering about this. This does not necessarily mean that we are ceasing the support for PS4 as of 7.0. So I do want to clear that, clear that out.
That's
first.
my only kind of concern. Whatever graphical update they have to
そしてですね、今日
do, they have to make sure that the PS4
せっかくなの
version
で、パッチ
still works.
6.0X シリーズでどんなことをやっていくかという
And
のもお
mostly
知らせ
because
します。
like
And then the third
PS5s
point,
are still hard to
since we are here, I
get.
would like to take the opportunity
Even next
to
by
cover,
next year,
what we
they'll
are
still
planning to
be
do
kind of
throughout
hard
the
to get
6.x
because the
series as a
silicon
sort of
sword is
roadmap.
はい、では各項目、
It's
詳
going
し
to
く
be
よ
one
り
of
お
those
伝え
things
していこう
where
と思い
it's
ます。
like
Diving
the
into
game
details.
graphically can still run on a PS3, but it's how
まず
big
コ
those
ンセプトの
areas
一つ目ですね。
are the
一
reason
人でもみ
why
んなで
they
も
can
遊べ
do.
る RPG へ、さらなる進化をしていきますと。
I mean, having both a newer
For our first
graphics and older
concept and
graphics
even
type
better
of option
RPG,
might be
alone
it,
or with friends.
but I'm kind of
これ、
wondering
まあ
if like
何かというとですね、まあ
that's
読ん
even
で字の
worth
ご
it.
とくなんですけど、そのファイナルファンタジー14、一応ジャンルとしては MMORPG って呼ばれてます。
So, I mean, it is what it says, of course, but yes, I understand that Final Fantasy XIV as a game genre would be categorized as an MMORPG.
I mean, yeah.
そこでですね、まあ僕この11年ファイナルファンタジー14をやってきて、世界中のこうプレイヤーの皆さんとイベントだったり、こうまあファンフェスも含めてですけど、本当たくさんのゲーマーの人たちとこう話をしてきました。
And of course, throughout the 11 years of doing Final Fantasy XIV, we did various events, gaming events, including Fan Festival, and I had the opportunity to speak with different gamers.
そこでですね、あとそのマーケティングチーム
What if you
に市場
package
調査
like
とかをして
everything
もらっ
from
て、これね
2.0
定期的
to
に
6.0
拡張の
in
たび
this
に
weird
やってるんです
single
け
player
ど、
game?
やっぱりこうそこで出て
That
く
would be
る
weird.
答え
That would
っていう
be
の
too
が
much
まあ、なか
work.
なかブレイクスルーできないなっていうのがあったりします。
And of course, I would have my marketing teams perform market research as well. And this is something we regularly do when we start to plan for upcoming expansion packs. And with the information that we receive, and there's always like a question that we never seem to find a way to break through.
2つあって、1つはファイナルファンタジーシリーズ大好きなんだよ、すごいファンなんだ、全部やってるよ、ただし11と14以外ねっていうのがめちゃくちゃ悔しい。
So there's actually two, and one of them is we see there's a lot of players
Yeah,
that
other
love
plans are
Final
probably being
Fantasy,
built to help along, but
and
it's still going
many
to
that
take a
claim
while. I mean,
they've
those still
played all
will.
of the Final Fantasies
Redu-
except for
like,
11 and 14, which
It's
is very frustrating.
it doesn't help
まあ、
that
11もね今かなりアップデートをかけてかなり大部分ねソロで遊
you
べるように
also
快適
have
に
the
して
the
ますが、
crypto stuff
14はさら
that's
にその
happening
先へ行きたい
alongside
と思
of
って
it,
ます。
where
And
motherfuckers
of course,
are buying
we are paying attention to Final
the
Fantasy 11
newest
players as well.
graphics
And we've made
cards and
various
whatnot.
updates. I think it has become very solo friendly recently.
causing an increase in
but
demand.
with Final Fantasy 14, we want to go beyond
that's
あとは
also
こうもう一
the
つはです
issue.
ねオンラインなんだよね、めんどくさい、人と遊ぶの嫌なんかこう人間関係作るの嫌っていうのがですねやっぱりナンバーワンなんですよね、そのプレイをしない理由っていうところで。
The second point we are trying to reach a breakthrough
Because
is people comment
no.
about, oh, online play.
We have to have like
I don't
giant
want to
crypto
deal with
farms
having
with
to play
like
with other people. I don't want to
430
develop
80s
relationships
like running
online.
all at the
And
same
that's
time.
actually a very large reason, if not the number one reason,
Has to
many
do
players
like shit tons of
hesitate
calculations.
playing 14.
だから10年かけて MMORPG っていうジャンルじゃなくて一人でもみんなでも遊べる RPG っていうジャンルにしたいと14を。
So what I want to do here is spend the next 10 years and break out of that MMORPG category. I want this to be an RPG that can be enjoyed alone or with friends.
まずなの
I
で、
feel like that kind of is
7.0 で
already it is.
までの間、
Oh,
フェイ
large
スシス
scale
テムの
updates
大
to
規模アッ
trust.
プデートってい
Does
うのを
that
やっ
mean
てい
like
きま
1 through
す。
70 gets a trust system?
So as a lead up to 7.0 or until that time, we will continue to make updates to the trust system.
パッチ 6.1 から 6.5 までの5つのメジャーパッチ
All
で
main
全
scenario
メインクエ
dungeons
ストの
and
必
4
須
player
ID と
trials to be
4
added
人
in through
の
patch
透滅線を全て
6.1
フェ
through
イス対応しま
6.5.
す。
So as it says
There
here,
it is.
trust
You don't
compatibility
like
for
by
all
the
main
by
scenario
next
dungeons
year.
and for
You
player
don't have to play
trials
with
to be
anyone
added
to go through those
in
dungeons.
patch 6.1
At
through
least through the main
6.5.
scenarios.
まあ順次なのでね、
That sounds like
パッチ
any
例えば
extra stuff like
6.2 とかを見ると中途半端なとこ
like the
ろまで
raid
しか対応
stuff
されてない
series
とか
that I
いうこ
do
とが
or any of that
ある可能
kind
性は
of
高いん
doesn't
ですけど、
be,
そ
need
れ
to be
にね怯え
necessary.
ているといつまで経っても
I
でき
kind
ない
of
の
wonder
で
how
全
they're
部
gonna
一気には
deal
不可
with
能な
that
の
because
で
like
もうなのでこの
it
6.1 から
won't be the
6.5 つまり
psyops
7.0 までの間を
through some of
次に
those.
飛び上がるためにもうどんどん順次やっていくという期間に当てさせてください。
I guess they'll just add original
And so,
the characters
of course,
through some
these are
of them.
going to be incremental implementation. And so you might look at, say, patch 2 point something and 6.2, and you might notice that maybe not all of the dungeons have been supported with a trust system compatibility. But if we are afraid to make progress and be just in the middle of work in a certain major patch update, we won't be able to make progress. I think it's impossible to do everything at once. So we are trying to
You can't
address
say
this
California
as we can,
and not
we're
being
looking at this as a
stupid within the same
preparation for
sentence.
7.0.
I wonder if
And so
California
we
is
would like
still
to
being
ask
stupid.
for
Probably.
your understanding as
They
we
probably
lay these
being something
foundations.
stupid no matter
そ
what.
の第1弾となるパッチ
6.1 will make
6.1
a
で
Realm
は
Reborn
新生ロール
scenarios
ゼア
duty
編のう
trust
ち、
compatible.
2.0 範囲を全て対応します。
So the first implementation,
I
patch
guess
6.1,
6.1 will make
make a Realm
2.0.
Reborn, and this is just patch 2.0 range, and the scenarios duty become trust compatible.
Yeah, that's a
そ
lot.
してですね、それに伴って一部初期のですねメインクエスト ID とか、
8 player
透
trials
明
will
性
not be
もリニュー
updated
ア
at
ルし
this
ます。
time. These updates will be considered for
And
7.0
then
later.
further improvements will
Which
be
is
made to
funny
some
because,
low-level
okay,
main scenario dungeons
if
and
they're doing it for
trials.
4 player
ちょっと
trials and
注意なんですけ
dungeons,
ど、
that means
蒼
there's
天の
still
イシュガルドに入って
stopgaps
からの8人
with
透滅
8
戦
player
ストーリー上に出て
trials.
くるあれらはちょっとやっぱ
Like
り
the main
コスト
scenario
全見積もりしたんですけど、どうしてもこう 6.1 から 6.5 まで
The
の
main
期間で
scenario
は
quest
対応
dungeons
し
at
きれないの
50 are
で、
8 players.
8人の透滅戦に関しては
So
7.0 以降順次対応していくつもりです。
That's already half the group of other
You may see
people.
the disclaimers on the bottom, but for the
8 player trials
eight-player
are
trials, especially
mostly
those
everything past
with
2.0.
The Heaven's Word
So you-
expansion, I'm afraid we are unable to update it at this time. We tried to calculate all the cost and the resources that it would take for us to address all of this within that sort
It's a
of
good
6.1
first stride,
through
and it's still going to
6.5
force
timing,
people
but
to play
I'm
with each
afraid
other every now and then.
we would be unable to allocate the resources for it. So we will get to it after 7.0.
But if they want it to be
Yeah,
like
the
this single
updates will
player
be considered for
experience with
7.0 or
NPCs,
later.
まあも
it's
ちろん
weird
皆さん
because
ご
it's
存知
like
の通り、その
I'm not sure
通
if
常
that
のね
makes
マッチングが
anything
なくなるわ
that
けじゃ
much
ないの
fun.
で、あ
Because
くまで
there's
スト
been
ー
a
リー
couple
を一
times
人で
through
進
the
めていきたい
Inwalker
ってい
streams
う
where
人の
I
ための
did
機
the
能なので、
NPCs.
レベリングルーレットだったりね、マッチングっていうところはそのまま継
And
続してい
they
くの
always
で、
take a slow,
そ
it's
こは
always a slow
ご
amount
承
of
知おきく
time.
ださい。
And the only
Of course,
times I
we
really
don't
truly
intend to
did it
do
because I
away
wanted to
with the
see was
regular matching
because
systems.
of the
Your
67
leveling
or no,
dungeons
the
and
87
queue
dungeon
matching and
and
duty
the
finders
89
will still
trial,
be
which are
active and
both
available.
like,
These
here you
trust
go, here's
compatibility
the
is
NPCs.
primarily for those who
87 because they're NPCs you never
have a
get to
strong desire to
play
play
with,
through these
and
story
89
dungeons
because
on their own.
it is legitimately all the
で
scions getting
そう
together
ですね、
and
8人透
fighting
滅
a
戦は
fight. So it's like
今
those
回
are worth
行
it.
月のフィナーレでハイデリン透滅戦でテストケースをしても
But
含めてやっ
considering
たんで
that
すけど、
this is
や
what
れる
they've
こと
been
は
playing around with ever since, like,
なんだろう
it's
確
obvious
証
with
を
the
得られ
89
たんですけ
trial.
ど、まあ相当やっぱりコストがかかるっていうのと、ギミックから調整していかないといけないっていう
Baggage
こともあっ
to
て、
talk about.
まずは数の多い ID から優先させていただいてます。あとはね、8人
I
なん
can
で責
understand
任
that. Like,
半
it's like,
の
it's
か
so
かり
much
方がちょっと
baggage,
減るん
but
で
it's
やっぱり、
also like,
まあここは
this is,
逆にマッチングの面白さみたいなところも味わって
this is
もらい
part
たい
of
の
the
で、
story.
一旦
There are
何千
things
ゼ
in
ロ以降にさせ
Endwalker
てください。
that reference back to
Of course,
2.0.
with these
Like,
eight
you
people
can't sit there and
trials
like,
or
here's all these
eight-person
NPCs and be
battles,
like, who are these
we did
NPCs?
try it out with the Mother Crystal trial, and we were able to see success as like a test case, but it did require a lot of resources for us to build it. And then if we were to start applying that system to existing dungeons, we'd have to adjust the mechanics so that it would accommodate for the trust system.
Hey,
So
Lila,
at this
so,
time, we made the
they
decision
went
to
back
move
through
forward with
their
just the
history.
instanced dungeons.
Well, this
And
is our
with
first one,
an
which is they're going to
8-person
start
trial,
updating
I
trust
think that
system
sort of
through
reduces the
patches
responsibility
6.1 through
per person going
6.5
into the match,
to
hopefully.
incorporate the
So
trust system
we're hoping that players would
into
still jump into like a
all
duty
the other
finder and
dungeons.
hopefully get the
6.1 will be
enjoyment
a Realm
out of matching
Reborn.
up with
This
random
does not apply
people.
to the 8
So
player
at this time,
trials,
we
and
are unable
but,
to address
you know,
it within the
that's about it so
6.1 through
far.
6.5 period, but we are looking to it for 7.0 or later.
They did say they're going to do
ちょっと
a
注意なんですけど、
graphical update with
はい
7.0.
あ
At very
まあ
least.
どうしてもフェイスってい
That's
う呼
pretty
び
much
方を
so
すると、
far, Airman.
暁といけんのかなとか名のある NPC といけんのかなってイメー
Because
ジがちょ
that
っと
first part,
強いと思うん
like
ですけど、
the first part has
ス
been
トーリー
like
上
here's
こ
the past 11
う
years.
そのマッチングでしかいけないからこそ、じゃあ俺は他のことをやってくるみたいなので、こうみんなちょっといなくなったりとかしてたと思うんですよ。あれまで全部変えるはさすがに無理なので特に序盤とかは冒険者ギルドのメンバーだったりとか、暁の光のなんだろう、こう光の加護を持っているであろう他のメンバーみたいなイメージで組むケースが多いです。
And I want to make another point of caution here. Whenever we say trust compatibility,
no more
I think
PS3
the
limitations.
thought
They
that,
said that
oh,
it's still
can
going
we
to
go into this dungeon with members
the
of the
graphical update
Scions,
does not mean
or
no
sort of
that
named
PS4 won't
NPCs.
be
And
supported, but
some of these story
we don't know.
dungeons have
It could
key
be
players kind of
better
leading the
graphics
scene,
all
like
across the
where
board, and then the PS4
warrior of light
version
goes
just
into a
needs to get
dungeon
kicked
and
down to
say
720.
somebody goes up and say, "Oh,
or
I'm going to take
something.
care of matters
Because
over
like
there." We can't
we're
have
now
them come back just
quickly
to join you
approaching
in
to
the
the point
dungeon.
where
So
I
in
think
those
there's
cases,
even limitations with like the
especially
PS4.
the earlier dungeons, you will see your trust members as like members from the Adventurers Guild, or maybe other people who have the Echo accompany you in these dungeons.
ただまあキーになるストーリー上のキーになるポイントで、まあこいつはやっぱり本当はダンジョン一緒に行ってほしかったなってプレイヤーの皆さんが思ってるようなポイントはシナリオの一部、カットシーンも含めてちょっと変更してでもできるだけそれにまあ添えるようにやっぱりゼックと対するときは別にも行って欲しかったなみたいなやつはできる限りそういうシチュエーションはなんとか対応していこうと思ってるので、一部ね、
The thing that I don't think you can change is
部分があるかな
polygons.
とは思います。全部は無理なんで。
You can
はい、そこ
you
は
can
ご
do
了
a
承
lot
ください。
more with textures and stuff like that, but like
But that
polygons are
being
like my
said,
biggest
there are
issue.
certain key points in the story where we do understand players might have a very strong desire to have particular NPCs accompany you in a dungeon. So in some extreme cases, and not extreme cases, but like some key points, the team will make some adjustments. We may have to change a part of the script so that it'll make sense for the character to join you. An example I can come up with off the top of my head is probably the Nidhogg battle. I'm sure a lot of people would have thought
really
like, oh, it would have been nice to have Estinian join as part of the trust NPC. So we're considering having that available. So there may be some
like the area you
content that
can you really even have Estinian part of that or not?
I'm afraid we can't address all of them. We can't make it happen with all of the dungeons. So your understanding on that would be appreciated.
そしてですね、ごめんねちょっと長くて、6.1 特集パート1の時にまた詳しくお話ししようと思いますが、新生オルゼアの後半って結構今のレギュレーションと違ってしまってるこうダンジョンとかが多いので、かなり手が入ってますいろいろ。
And of course, with the details of 6.1, we will have a dedicated live letter for that, and I will delve into details at that time. But I do want to mention that much of the content, especially in the later half of ARR,
it wouldn't just
in
be
how
that.
the
He would just
regulation
be
is
one
set
of the
up. So
trust
there are
core
changes that
up
have
to the
been
ball.
made.
まあ例えば
He could beat the tank, and you
トトラ
could
クと
just
か
like
の
have him tank,
ドゥーンってなっ
and
て
then you can just be there.
ヘビースローがかかるヘビーがかかる床とかなくなってます。
For example, like when you go into the Thousand Miles of Totorak, and you step on those like poison floors, and all of a sudden you are hit with heavy or slow, we're actually getting rid of that.
What?
まああとはちょっと Q14 から申請するのに
You
急いで作ってちょっ
you're
と
getting rid of the
良くないなとかいうところのダンジ
leaden
ョ
stuff,
ンもちょっと絵的な調
which
整
just
も
makes that
それなり
dungeon
にやって
just
ます。
like in that very last part, just
And
kind of.
there are also some aesthetical changes that we wanted to make. There were certain areas of the earlier part of FF14 when we were trying to quickly just relaunch as a Realm Reborn. So there were areas where lighting may not have been 100% to what we would have been satisfied with. So we went back in and adjusted those as well.
Yeah.
そしてですね、まあ他にもですね、8人パーティーバトルの一番最初であるビットアッティン教習戦なんですけど、なくなります。
And then one of the first 8-person party battles that you encounter, I believe, is Camp Westwind. And I want to mention that we are doing away with that.
What?
大ショックを受けておられますね。People are getting shocked.
帝国の盾としてね、武
What?
人として身を
But I
挺し
want
て
my
やってき
easy
た
model. Well, my
ね、
easy
帝国
modo
将軍の
trial
一
that
人、
like
まあ将軍で
to
はないけど
to
正しく
to
は
taunt people
8
and
人で
make
フ
it
ルボッ
sound
コはいかが
way
なもの
harder
かと
than it is.
いうことでですね、
はい
ちゃんとコストをかけてで
Please,
す
I
ね
want my
クエス
tank.
ト
I
イン
want
ス
to
タ
keep
ン
my
スバト
tank
ル
in
として、
spank.
生まれ変わりますので
Look, if you replace it with a
Considering
solo instance where you
Litatine
get to fight him
is
like
like
regularly,
the
maybe,
shield
but
of the Garland Empire. I mean, he's technically not a captain, but like, I mean, he's like
West
a
would
very
know.
prominent figure. I think it would be very humiliating for 8 people to come in and just beat him up. So we actually allocated the resources to rebuild that battle so that it's going to be a quest instanced battle that you go in.
まあ他にも内閣外閣と呼ばれている8人ダンジョン、あれらもですね、今回すべて4人用 ID に作り直してあります。
And then, of course, the Praetorium and the Castrum Sorry, I can't
Meridium.
Meridianum. Meridianum.
I'd say Meridium. Fuck it.
Bases that you need to go. They were originally 8-person content, but we are going to be changing it so that these are 4-person instanced dungeons.
なのでアルテマウェポン
Okay,
戦も切り出
but
して、
are they still going to
4人
be
用として
like
シナリオモードを作ってであと
50 minutes and give like
ラハブレア
3/4 of your
が表した
experience?
サンクレットさんを8人でただひたすら無言で殴るっていう
Listen,
のも
sometimes I go take a piss, a long ass piss, when Gaius starts talking.
And so your battle with Ultima, or the Ultima weapon, will be changed to a 4-person battle. We are adjusting the scenario mode for that. And then where you go in and silently beat up La Habrea, aka Thancred being possessed by La Habrea, is also going to be adjusted so that it's like an instance during a story quest.
No, not by
と
easy
いうわけで、
models.
まあそんな風にコス
You
トもです
mean
ね、
you mean
レギュレーション
that
今の
victory
プレイフ
lap?
ィールに
The
できるだけ
victory
近づ
lap,
けられ
which
る
is
よう
just
に、い
basically
ろんな改修を
me,
しつつですね、パッチ 6.1 から 6.5 にかけて、
La Habrea
4.x
can
まで
get
の
down
ID
to
ですね、
0.1
全部対応していこうと思いますの
HP.
で、よろしくお願いし
But
ます
until a certain event happens
So,
in the
yeah, in a
fight, he
nutshell,
will not
we
die.
are going in
Oh no,
and
not the
making
end.
many
I can't
adjustments
just
so that it
beat him
fits
down and then
with
floss.
kind of follows suit better
Like
with
I kind of
how the game
understand
feels
like
at this
sitting back
time.
and making
So
it not this
throughout patch
hilarious
6.1 through
thing.
6.5, we will be looking at the various content up to the 4.x
Also, if you're going
series,
to do
the different
this,
instance dungeon to make adjustments.
allow us to replay
さ
solo
あでは
instance
このセクショ
dungeons.
ン以上で
Like
次へ行
I
きたい
get
と思いま
it.
す
You wanted to do the
So
you're
moving on to the
basically
next
trying to
section.
do the thing you did with Xenos at the end of
2つ目
Endwalker.
の新しい
But
挑
with
戦
this,
ですね。この、
but with like
6.1
La
か
Habrea
ら
and stuff.
6.5 までの期間、
Allow us to
7.0
repeat
リ
them.
リースまでの期間を使ってです
I
ね、
want
ま
to
ず、
I want to
まあ
fight
長期運営やって
my
いく上
my
で
my
第
best
一
friend
次のグラ
again.
フィックスアップデートを、裏でね、作業させていただきます。
So our second concept, and again, this is going to be the preparation that we will be doing throughout patch 6.1 through 6.5, leading up to the launch of 7.0. It is a long-term, or like preparations for long-term operation of the game, and we want to be doing this in the background, but we'll be preparing for our first graphics update.
ただ、まあ、なぜ第一次グラフィックスアップデートと言ってるかっていうと、まあ2時も3時もあるんだろう、もしかしたらってことなんですけど、なぜかというともうここまで11年運営してきてるともう尋常じゃないリソース、グラフィックスアセットが存在してます。
So the reason why we named this the first graphical update, and that's of course to imply that there will probably a second and or third after this, but our game has been in operation for about 11 years, and considering all the graphical assets we have produced, it's an insane amount.
やっぱり一気に極限まで上げようとすると絶対コンバートミスがあったりとか、そもそもコンバートの物理時間が足りなくてもうデザインチームが無理です絶対できませんっていう答えになってしまうので、まあやれることを一回やって引き上げたら またその状態で安定が見えたら次のをやってっていう形で、まあその第1回目が来るんだというふうに思ってください。
And so if we attempted to update every single piece of graphical asset or resource that we've put into the game all at the same time, we might run into issues of conversion errors, or it's just physically takes a lot of time to convert everything. And consulting with the graphics team, they already know that we can't address everything all at the same time. And so what we're trying to do is address these in phases so that we can test out certain elements, see how they work, and if it seems to be stable, we move into the next phase. And so I think with our first graphical update, this will be like the first time we start testing some of these elements.
4K グ
We're
レ
gonna
ー
add
プス
ray
めっちゃ吹い
tracing.
たんだけど
It's gonna be Kino.
I saw a comment that says 4K grapes. Thank you so much for that. That is hilarious.
あそこに 4K とかねなんか40万ポリゴンと
Look,
か
I
かけて
get
る
for
と
well,
それ
actually,
こそ
I play
940みたいにキャラクター全然表示できねえぞってことになっちゃうのでまあちょっとこれから詳しく説明はしますよ。
AI upscaling is
That's
kind of weird
hilarious, but
because
like,
it can be
imagine
bad.
spending so much
sometimes.
resources just to get the grapes to be 4K resolution, and imagine spending 400,000 polygons just to depict a piece of fruit. We won't have enough resources
Yeah, that's
to,
called a
to
polygon
render our
bomb. It's
characters
really
on
funny.
screen. But let me
Register
go
gold
into the
mason.
details.
Yeah, no, that's probably my best
その
thing
グラ
if
フ
they
ィッ
would
クス
ever
ア
do
ッ
it.
プデート
Those
は
those
一気に
first three need to be
7.0
one
での
singular
投入を予
zone.
定してます。
Everything
So
else
again,
now is a
these
singular
graphical
zone.
updates are
We'll see,
intended to
though.
be implemented in 7.0.
But it might be an
まあそ
issue
の次期拡
of
張パッケージまでの間っていう
But
の
it might be
を
an
まあ
issue
僕ら
where
のそ
they're
のグラ
on
フィッ
like
クス
different
の
kind
ア
of
ップデー
server
トの
blades
シェー
or
ダー追加
something.
したりとか、いろんなものを追加していく
Yeah,
テス
we
ト
got
期間だった
Ishtar
り
was also
プログラム
like
期
that.
間だったりそれに合わせたグラフィックスアセットのコンバート期間というふうにさせてください。
So until 7.0,
Which is stupid because,
this
like,
will
I was
be
just in
again our
Ishtar
preparation
last week.
period.
I
So
just
this
didn't
is
think about
where our team will be testing out various additions to the graphical elements, including different shaders. We'll probably need to write more programs. This is where when we're going to be doing our asset conversions, etc.
でここが重要なんですけど、あくまでやっぱりマルチプレイのゲームであるっていうのをぜひ覚えておいてほしくて、やっぱり画面全体の美しさ、9番から申請した時に感じていただいたように、やっぱり総合的な美しさ、世界の美しさっていうのを追求していきますよと、コンセプトとしてはね。
And of course, one key point that we want players to understand is that this is still a multiplayer game, and so we want to strive for the aesthetic quality of the overall picture and looking at the sort of beauty or the element, aesthetically pleasing sort of overall picture.
だってこうまさにね発売されたホライゾンのさクオリティでさ動くと思われたら困るわけだよ。あれで俺たち300人とか描画しなきゃいけないんで、いやできはするんだけど、みんなの PC 動かないよ。
確か
And I see games like Horizon Forbidden West, and I don't want to get people to think that we'll raise our graphic quality to that. It's amazing, yes, but imagine having to have to render 300 different characters on screen at the same time at that quality, and
you're not
it's
going
not
to,
physically
yeah, no.
impossible. But then
I
don't
still
think it's
haven't
gonna run
like
on
played
anybody's
that. That
PC.
came out today, but like I have
そ
no
こは覚えといて
I
ね。
have no
みんなね
desire to play that. Fucking
So
next
please-
week
please
is
keep that
Elden
in
Ring.
mind.
God, that's the
こ
weird
こ
part.
をねなんか勘違いされるのが一番怖い。
How this next week is scheduled?
That's the scariest thing for people to
Next couple
kind
weeks
of
is scheduled.
misconstrue.
Makes everything kind of
で
fucked
当
for
然
me.
なんですけどアニメーションとか、まあ、その
Animation
世界
license
全体画面全
New
体の美し
graphics
さ
will
って
not
いう
be
ところでやっぱり
comparable
アニメー
to
ションと
those
かライティン
standalone
グシステムっていうの
titles.
も大きく寄与
Memory
している
operating
と思うので、この
specifics
辺
will
りもア
change
ッ
as
プ
of
デートしていきます。
7.0. Broad range of hardware
And of
specs
course,
as possible.
considering the sort of overall aesthetic,
Because
animation is
God,
going to be a key
it's
element.
gonna take
We're
me
looking at,
like maybe a
lighting
month
is
and a half
another
to get through
element
all
that
of
we want to
Hildebrand at this
adjust as
rate.
well.
Because We're doing a live
ま
letter
あ、例えばア
now.
ニメーションに使ってい
When it
る
gets to Q&A, I'm going to
よ
switch
く
over
ね
to
メモリ
14
が
and
って言わ
start
れますけ
Elden Ring.
ど、メモリの割り当て
Next
をちょ
week,
っと増やす
Hildebrand's on
ことによっ
Thursday
て、今までより長
because
尺の
Elden
トレ
Ring's
ードオー
out
トモーションが
Friday.
作れるとか、
There's no
あと
way I'm
まあ
just
そのライテ
skipping
ィ
out
ング
of
が
one stream of
ラ
Elden
イトの
Ring.
数が増えることで、実は潰れていたバックグラウン
Then
ド
the
の
next
ディティールがより
Friday
見えてき
is
て、
another live
リ
letter.
ソースに手を加えなくても綺麗に見えるみたいなところもあるんで。
Well,
So what we mean by different updates to animation and lighting systems is, for example, I know people would automatically start talking about, oh yeah, memory issues with animation. So if we revisit some of the allocation of the memory for animation, it might allow us to create emotes with a longer animation loop, or with lighting, they're just having more lights than we had originally set up would allow for details that would have been sort of washed out or like not visible
yeah,
because
I
of
can understand that, but it's also
insufficient
like you're not
lighting
streaming
to
data.
kind of show up, and so
a
that
lot.
will allow for an improvement in the graphical
Like this
quality
game's
without
already
us even
basically
having to
digital only.
adjust the elements
now.
that are already in the game.
Like they went full digital
まあ
only
重要
with
なところで
Endwalker.
す。
はい。
スタンドアローン
Because it's
の
like
ゲ
there's
ームク
no
オリティには
reason
な
to
りません。
print
これをです
discs.
ね、皆さん頭にすり込むためにもですね、寝る前に必ず一度復唱していただき
And
た
I
いぐらい
understand from the perspective of like if you have data caps.
And again,
that is
very
a
important point. I
problem.
want to stress again, the new graphics will not be comparable to those of standalone titles. This is again very important. I want you to remember it. I want you to repeat it before you go to bed. That's how much I want people to remember.
まあとはいえやっぱりグラフィックスいろいろ手を入れて
It will not look
パフォーマン
like
スというかね
Cyberpunk.
処
I
理は
mean, wait,
より
no.
動作が重くなりはするので、7.0 では最低動作保証
It will
スペッ
not
クの
look
条
like
件
Ratchet
が
and
まあ変わるのは確定です。ただできるだけ
That's
多
a
くの
good
スペッ
one.
クにね
That's a good-
対応できる
good
っていうところは
comparison. Ratchet
これまでの
and Clank.
ポリシーでもあるので、捨て
Because
ずにやってい
God,
きたい
that
と思って
game
ま
looked
す。
so great.
So that being said, we do want to update the graphics for sure, and so that means your processor might require more power in order to render these graphics properly or like efficiently. So we will probably have to update the system requirements for
Oh
your
yeah, no, the new
for
Ratchet and
your
Clank.
machines and your PCs.
What do you mean?
We
The
will
new
try
Ratchet
our
and Clank
best
looks
to accommodate for as
amazing.
many
I mean,
models
it
of
fucking looks like
machines
an actual
to accommodate
3D
with the changes,
animated
but
movie in a lot
we
of
do want
segments.
to make you aware that it is pretty much guaranteed that we will have to update the system
It looks
requirements.
amazing.
でやっぱり気になるプレイステーション4なんですけど、この 6.x 期間中に、先行投入すると思いますけど PS4 版の最適化をやっていきます。
And I know people are wondering about PlayStation 4 support as of 7.0. I think what's going to happen, and this will probably be done prior to the launch of 7.0, so sometime within the 6.x series, we do want to optimize the PS4 version for sure.
で、さらにですね、まあ PC 版にあるようにグラフィックスオプションのカスタムっていうの PS4 版少ないんですけど、あれを増やしてですね、新しいその描画とか入れるとやっぱ重くなる部分があるので、重くても綺麗でいいやっていう人はオンにしてもらえばいいんだけど、まあオフにしてそのフレームレートを優先するみたいなことができるようにしていくので、PS4 のサポートっていうのも少なくとも 7.0 のタイミングではしっかりやりますので。
So, and on top of that, there are various graphical configurations that you can set up on the PC version. Like you can customize some of the like display options, and we understand that it's a bit lacking in the PS4 version. So we do want to implement options in the configuration so that you can select like prioritize frame rate, or if you want to.
Oh yeah, just like I have.
If you're okay with
because like the PS5
kind of
version has
dropping
like
slightly,
the
but
3 different
still
options
have the
of like
graphics performance, then
prioritize
you can
frame
select
rate,
that option,
but it's like
whatnot.
1080p.
So I do want to assure you that we will
make it
continue
2K, which
supporting
is
for
roughly
PS4 at least until 7.0.
60-ish, and then do the 4K. God, what the hell? I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the dimple, like the pores.
What people's reactions are.
What? My action is what?
俺かと思ったって言ってる。
Some people say, "Oh, is that me?"
そうそうそう。なんかさ、
That's my
多分ね、これじゃないよね、多分みんな求めてるの。
I don't think this is what we are looking for. This is not what we would desire.
なんか疲れた吉田って書かれてる。
Some people are saying this looks like a very tired Yoshida.
そう、なんか違うでしょ。
Yeah, but it kind of does feel awkward.
Nah. This thing won't be this realistic. Photorealism is not the goal.
So we
Thank
aren't
God.
going to be working to make it look this real.
We made this
まあいわゆるフォ
concept.
トリアルを追求していくとグラフィックスアップデートってこっちに行きがちなんですけど、おそらくファイナルファンタジー14の世界やキャラクターが気に入ってくださってる方って多分こっちを求めてはいないと思ってます。
And some games, of course, their intent is to lean towards that photorealistic depiction, and people tend to lean in this direction. But I think for those who enjoy the aesthetic of Final Fantasy XIV, this is not necessarily what we want to begin with.
では、今そのグラフィックスアップデートって実はテスト開発もスタートさせてるんですけど、テストスタートしてからまだ1ヶ月と1週間ぐらいなんですね。
So with these graphical updates, we are already starting testing actually, and it's been about a month and a week.
なのでその1ヶ月と1週間ぐらいテストをして、まあこれだったらもう今出してもまあいけるだろうここまではと。まあこれ以上を目指すんだけど、まあ少なくとも一旦お見せしてもここまでは間違いなく大丈夫だよあると 7.0 でっていうのを用意してきたんでちょっと見ていきましょうか。
And so we are still very early in our testing stages, again, about a month or so testing, but we do have results that we're seeing that.
Can you show us a result?
Of course, we're going to aim higher than what we're going to be showing you, but it's
see a result.
I think it's coming out pretty nicely, and we are relatively confident. So let us show you some of these images.
Yo, okay.
こちらがですね、テスト期間1ヶ月目のサンプルです。キャラクターですね、まず。
First month of testing.
So from first month of testing, so this is one of the samples.
The hair.
これ左が今
The hair has a better
右がテ
resolution
クスチャ
on
ー
it.
をハイレゾリューション化してます。髪の毛も含めて。で、あとシェーダーを1枚入れてます。
And so what you're seeing is the current image on the left, and then on the right, we've made the textures high resolution, and we've added a layer of shaders.
あと、セルフシャドウって言って自分の髪の毛の影が顔に落ちた時、まあその自分のオブジェクトが自分に影を落とすのをセルフシャドウって言うんですけど、そこも調整してるので結構ね、セルフシャドウ実はすごい気になってて、カットシーンとかでも。
And one thing that we did pay attention to was the self shadow, or whenever there's like an object that drops a shadow on yourself, especially if you look at the bangs and the shadow it casts underneath it. That was something that I was kind of.
But you can tell that like where the head model is versus the fucking body model on the high res, because they only focus upon the high res with the head.
動作保証あまりにも重くならないっていう意味では、今一旦お見せできるのはここまで、まあ、この上さらにいろんなことをやった上で最適化していて、やれるより高いところは目指していこうかなと思ってます。
So of course we do want to strive for even better, but at this time I think from 1 month of testing and making sure that the game itself runs properly, I think this is what we can show at this time, and then we'll continue to test and we'll continue to sort of improve and then apply optimization.
まあいわゆるヒロシと呼ばれている彼でやるとこんな感じです。
Yeah, this one kind of doesn't help as much. You can barely tell the differences outside of the lighting.
で、ちょっとミコッテのサンプルです。
Oh.
Here's a sample of the Mikote.
まあ戦月賞のボケ具合が、まあなくなったりですね、髪の毛の柔らかいそのカールの印象とかってちゃんと出てるのと、まあセルフシャドウがボケてないので
Actually,
綺麗にかかるようになります
the second one looks closer to the
Of
Mikote
course, you
in
may
like
notice
the
the
1.0
face paint.
trailer.
The war paint is a lot crisper now. And then, as mentioned earlier, self shadow is nicer. I think it's brings out the softness of her face.
まあこれがだいたい
Then
1
again,
ヶ
I'm
月
not an
目
artist.
だっ
I
ていう
do
の
not
をぜひ
partake in
認
the
識しておいてく
art.
ださい。
Again, just to remind you, this is after testing for about a month.
I guess they just only decided to test the Warriors of Darkness,
まあ
art
まあ
burden and
この
everything.
方向性で良さそうよね、やっぱりね、みんなのコメント見ていると。
Looking at everybody's comments, it seems like we are on the right track in terms of like the direction we want to take it to.
そうですね。Yeah, it looked like
で
so.
ララフェルがね、一番難しいんですよ。
I can barely tell.
And the Lalfell was actually quite challenging.
なんかリアルにするところが
Them
なく
fucking
て。
potatoes.
There no areas really to make it quote unquote realistic, you know.
まあでも髪の毛綺麗になって、目の周りはものすごく鮮明になって、まあキャラメイクしておけばね、もちろんいろんなパターン作れるとは思うんですけど。
But I think the hair has definitely gotten more defined, and then the eyes has become very crisp, and it looks a lot more alive, so to speak. And with being able to character create, I think it'll have like it will allow for
I
players
keep
for
staring
a
at this.
broad
Please take away the
range.
potato. Please take away the
そうね、
potato.
肌の感じをどこまでそのなんだろう、本当にツルツルにするのか、ララフェルは。こう少
Because
し
now
そうは
I
言って
keep
も
on
ちゃん
looking
と
at it and it
肌
looks
って
like
い
an
う感じを出すの
animatronic,
かは結
and
構
like
ね、
now I
調整
cannot
が
think
難しい
about
ところ
it
だとは
like
思ってるので、
starting
ただ
to
皆さん
animate
が
like an
求めてるであろう方
animatronic.
向性は理解してるつもりなので、しっかり種族ごとにですね調整しながらいきたいなと思ってます。
And it's still a challenge to figure out how do we depict the surface of their skin. Like, do we make it completely like flawless,
Don't
spotless,
worry about that.
or do we actually give it some texture to make it look like skin? We want to believe that we understand what the players are looking for, but it is something that we still need to kind of explore.
まあなんて言ったってね、11年も皆さんと一緒にこのゲーム作ってきてるんで、
そうですね。
皆さんが求める方向は理解してるつもりではあります。はい。
But again, we've been with you guys for about 11 years at this time, so we want to believe that we understand what the players are looking for.
ですいません、ちょっとテスト1ヶ月目ということでです
Yeah, I've
ね、
never
キャラ
been
ク
to
ターサンプルとしては
Disneyland, so I have
以上
no
になり
idea
ます。
about
またなんだろう、
Disney
途中でね、
World.
ファンフェスのタイミングとか
I
あ
just,
ればまた
it,
途
but
中
they
経
do
過とか
kind of
お
look
知ら
like
せ
an
してい
fucking
けたらなと思ってま
animatronic.
す。
So yeah, because we
Release
are
a
still in the early
bust.
stages of testing.
Okay.
As for character samples, that is all that we have at this time.
Yeah, of
We're
course, you
hoping
would
that we
just
can
do the character
continue to
samples of the
update
Warriors of
everybody
Darkness
on
and no
the
one
status.
else.
Perhaps maybe next time we can do it at like a fan festival or something like that.
じゃあ改めてですね、そのキャラクター、まずそのグラフィックス、第一次グラフィックスアップデートで、キャラクターに関する表現のアップデート項目をお知らせしておきます。
Okay, so just wanted to recap all of the different elements that we look to update for our first set of graphical updates in terms of characters.
まずですね、
Resolution
全体的に
textures
テクスチャーを高解像度にしていきます。髪とか肌とか、それから今日ちょっとねご紹介できてないですけど、装備品のテクスチャーの解像度も上げていきます。
So first one would be higher resolution textures, which includes hair, skin, and we weren't able to show any examples today, but we do want to improve the textures of the gear as well.
でさらにですね、これはシェーダーと呼ばれる、処理になってくるんですけど、質感の表現というのを向上させていきます。例えば肌、それから装備品の金属部分、あと布って、布用のシェーダーっていうのが実はあって、Q14 では入れてたんですけど、重すぎて外してるんですね。 そろそろいけるだろうということで、布がもう少し
it's
滑らか
kinda
に布っぽ
noticeable
く見えるっていう
now
シェーダー
a
など
little
を
bit.
今、研究トライ
Like
していると
it's
ころ
not
で
as
す。
bad as WoW ever gotten with its
And then the
gear
next
versus the
item, and this
characters.
is relating to
Like
various shader
by Miss of
processing,
Pandaria,
which is
it was pretty
improved
obvious. Like
material
you know
qualities.
what a fucking
Of course, skin, metal, and fabric. It's interesting because in
like by
the
Miss of Pandaria, it
1.0
was pretty
or
obvious.
like
Like
the
when you
old
saw
version of Final
a
Fantasy XIV, there was
a
a shader or like a process that was just
character
applied
wearing
to fabric
like
so
Miss
that
gear
it would
and
look
how that
the
was.
textures would the texture quality would look
But
like
like I'm
fabric, but
not
it was
sure
too
if
heavy
this
of a
one has to
load
do it.
on
Here you go for the
processing, so
best
we had
example.
to remove it in the
Miss of
relaunch. But we're testing various ways to see if we can apply something like that to make fabric a
Oh,
bit
okay, I see
more,
what you mean.
well, smoother and more fabric-like. And we're
Hold on,
still kind of researching
pop
and
this up for
trying
a
out
second.
various methods.
そしてですね、キャラクターに対してのライティングと
Yeah.
シャドウの強
Okay,
化
I
とい
can
う
see
のも
what
や
you
っ
mean.
ていき
It's
ます。
because they
特に
have
ね、見
LED
栄えに
light.
直結しやすいこうセルフシャドウに関してはすごくずっと気になってたんで。
And then again, lighting and shadow, better lighting and shadow effects, especially for the player's
Overall appearance,
shadows.
characters will be altered as little as possible. Will apply to old NPCs.
まあさっきもお話ししましたけど、
Where
で
possible
きるだけ
from the
プレイヤーの
7X
皆さんの今のキャラクターに持ってるイメージっていうのが変わらないように、綺麗にな
Yeah,
ったな
so
俺
it's
のキャラ
it's
って思
it's
って
they're
も
making a
らえるよ
graphical
うに
update, but it's not going to
し
be
て
a
いき
new
たいと思って
client.
ます。
Like the idea
Of
that
course,
they would make
again,
a
our
new
goal
client would
is
be
to make it so that
it would be
the
weird.
overall appearance of
Like I
player
wasn't
characters
expecting
will
like a
be altered as
PSO2
little as
situation
possible. We
where
want you guys to see the graphical
PSO2's
updates
New
and think, oh
Genesis
wow, my
exists as a
characters look
separate
pretty.
client than
で
whatever.
注意点が2つあって、
はい
まず1つ装備品。信じられない数のアセットがあるので、あれを 7.0 までに全部コンバートするのは不可能です。
So 2 points of caution. The gear, we mentioned about updating the material quality of gear, but you know, there's an incredible, unbelievable amount of gear available for all of our player characters.
that's a
And
shit ton.
considering we'd have to convert them all, we will not be able to get through converting all of the gear by the 7.0 timing.
なので 7.0 で新しく
I mean,
実装されている
you
装
would
備
have
っていう
to-
のは全て今回
It
の
would take
グラフィ
away
ックスア
from
ップデート
making
を
new
経た
gear.
内容で作っていきます。なのでクオリティがより高いもので全部用意するつもりです。
So any gear that is implemented from 7.0 will have gone through the process of the updated graphics. So of course those will be of the higher quality.
ただし、できる限りこうプレイヤーの皆さんがミラプリとかをしておしゃれによく使っているものに関してはちょっと優先的にできる限り対応をして、またパッチ 7.x シリーズで徐々にその古い装備っていうのも新しい仕様に少しずつこう対応していけるようにっていうふうに思ってますので、ちょっと数年がかりで全体が上がっていくことにはなるかと思いますが、よろしくお願いします。
But we understand that there are
I'm gonna
certain
go through my
glamours
Twitter
that
timeline.
people
No,
use
Twitter
often. So
timeline.
we want to look at
This one,
those and
see
try to
like
get
people's
those
other
done
reactions. And that's not
with a higher priority in terms of like which to get to. And throughout the 7.x series is when we will address the rest of the previous equipment or gear. So I'm afraid it will take at least a few years to address all of the different
God damn it.
textures.
Alright.
あと NPC です。今回ね
あー
プレイヤーの
I
キャラクターみんな
I
ク
have
オ
to
リティアッ
show
プするじゃん。
stupid things on stream now, don't I?
NPC 全員も無理だと思っていて7.0までには。
The other thing are the NPCs. I know we talked about updating the player characters and the graphics on those, but I'm afraid we're not going to be able to address all of the NPCs by 7.0.
申し訳ないんだが、クオリティの高い
Somebody
くなっ
did
た
the
NPC
stupid
と
face app
ま
on
だ
the
順番が回って
photorealistic
こない NPC っていうのが出てしまうと思うんですけど、ちょっとそれも許していただけると
I don't
助かり
think
ます。
wait.
So I'm terribly sorry to say this, but you may start seeing
Wait, gotta get
NPCs
bigger.
that
Gotta
have
make it
gone
bigger.
through the graphical updates and those that have not gone through the updates. But please, your understanding
It's
would
staring into
be
your soul.
appreciated.
Whoops, I
これ
went
を
too
ね
far.
全部やれって言う
Oh
と、
no!
いやもうじゃ
Oh
あ
no,
グ
it
ラフィ
just
ックスア
keeps
ップデート
getting
やめま
bigger.
しょう、無理です
Okay,
無理
never
ですって
mind.
なっちゃうんで、
I
ちょ
will,
っ
I
とち
will
ぐはぐっていうのが出ちゃうタイミングがあるとは思うんです
take
けど、
this away.
それをやっぱり承認していかないといつまで経ってもできないと思ってるので、ちょっと許していただけると。なのでちょっとイルベルドはまだ後でいいかみたいな。
And if I were to tell my team that, okay, we need to do everything, then people are just going to throw in the towel and be like, no, this is impossible. So I'm afraid there will be times at which not all of the NPCs will have gone through their graphical updates, and it might look a little disoriented or disjointed. But if I don't
Sorry, I'm
allow
trying
for
to
that to
redo
happen, we won't be able to get to it. So again, if you could forgive us for going through that, that would be appreciated. Like, your bird might not get his graphical update as quickly as maybe like the Sultana, but
テレジアデレジはっていうお声が結構あるんですよ。ただですね、残念なんとテレジアデレジってプレイヤーのなんだろうキャラメイクで作られてるんで、僕らが手を下さずともあいつ勝手にクオリティ上がってしまう可能性が高い。
Phone, please.
some people are asking, oh, but what about Telegy Adelegy? And I realize his expression is part of the parts that you can select when you're creating your character. So because we're updating the player character facial parts, Telegy Adelegy is going to have his graphical updates already. So he may be an exception to those NPCs.
まあというわけで、プレイヤーベースで組まれてるものは
isn't
ね、
even a
必然
good
的に
NPC.
そうなるん
We
ですけ
just
ど、
built him
ま
out
あ
of
ナナモ
scraps.
さんとかはね、やった方がいいかなとは思ってるんですけど、ちょっとまだ精査まではしきれてないので、ちょっとそういう状態が出るとは思うんですけど、よろしくお願いします。
So yeah, any characters that are built based on facial parts or body parts that are available for players to utilize will probably be updated simultaneously with like the player character graphics. But there are certain key NPCs that we're also looking at. Maybe the Sultana, but we have yet to sort of assess, and we will continue to sort of explore the options.
で、まあちょっと今日お見せしたのは繰り返しになりますが、テストをスタートしてまだ1ヶ月ちょっとのデータなので、さらなるですねクオリティの向上に向けて他の種族も含めてですねテスト続行していきます。いずれ装備とかもねこんな感じになるよというのもお見せできればと思ってます。
But yeah, again, what we showed you was only about a month or so of testing. So
Imagine a
we're
year.
hoping to provide you with more updates as they come in. Perhaps the other races, perhaps we can provide you an update with gear, etc. in the not so far future.
で、そうだな。あとは結構コメントであったんですけど、装備の干渉なんとかしてほしいって、あれは正直どうにもならないです。物理エンジンを入れて、計算でかわすしかないんですけど、それをやるとやっぱ動かなくなっちゃうと思うので、あとやっぱり装備の干渉を許可してる僕が、もういいとこれは割り切ってくれって言ってるから今のペースでそのアセットギアが報酬が装備がリリースできてるっていうところもあるので、努力はしますが根本的にオフラインのゲームのようにはならないので、そこはすいませんご了承ください。
And I'm also seeing comments about can you do something about like gear or equipment or like player characters like body parts interfering with the graphics of gear, equipped gear. And I'm afraid that is something that we cannot address fully. We would have to put in a physics engine in there, and that would cause for some of the characters to kind of not move properly anymore. And plus, I, as the director, have allowed for those imperfections to my team. I'm afraid we're just moving on with it, or else we won't be able to keep the pace in releasing these different gear and the different designs that is available. So I'm afraid we are unable to address it fully to match something that of a standalone game. Sorry.
さあでは次はですね、ちょっと BG、マップに関わるところもテスト1ヶ月ちょ
Okay,
っと
first
のサン
month
プ
of
ル持ってきま
testing
した。
already something that we've
Okay,
had.
we have more samples though. This time it's for various backgrounds and like map elements.
Yeah, but
まず
like,
これは単純に、
unless this is
テ
gonna
ク
be
スチャーとかに何
radically
も
different,
手を入れずに配置で
like
きる
Charlie
ライ
and
トの数
already
を増
looks
やすっ
good.
ていうテストのサンプル
Like
で
if
す。
you're gonna test something, show us
So this
Ulda.
first image is a test of just simply the number of lights we can place in a certain scene without it touching any of the textures or surfaces.
配置ライト数をですね、複数増やすとこんな感じになります。
So we just added a few more lights in a particular scene, and what you see is in the right side of the image.
ライトがですね、遠くに左側ね、1灯しか焚けないので、ちょっと見てほしいのは、手前側にあるデスクに影がほぼ落ちてないのが、右側複数ライトによってちゃんと影が出るようになってるでしょ。
So if you look at the one on the left, we were only able to place one light source in the scene, but in the picture on the right, we were able to place multiple lights to give it a more realistic look. And as you can see, the desk is now casting a shadow.
まあ当然分かりやすく上の方にライトさらに1灯追加されてるので、まああそこまで作り込んでたのにライトが当たらないことによって全部黒で潰れちゃってたのが、まあしっかり見えてくるようになるので、これね多分プレイじっくり見ていないというか受ける雰囲気が変わるので、これによって。
And of course, I think one of the key changes that you can see is because we were able to place a light directly on top, you're able to see some of the details that would have been kind of hidden behind a shadow. And so I think with allowing for more lights to be placed, it will kind of give you a better impression of some of the atmosphere in some of these locations.
でさらにですね、こちら今の現在の状態のティターニアですね。
We'll use Titania as another
Next,
example.
you see Titania in their current state.
でこれはシャドウです。シャドウのテストをお見せします。
So this
I'm
is
looking
where
at the
we
shadows
tested
and the
out
bad
how
resolution of the
shadows
shadows.
appear.
まあ影に使ってるテクスチャーの解像度と計算を上げていくので、これぐらいくっきり見えていくようになると思います。
So this is where we tested the texture as well as the calculation formula behind how we're displaying the shadow underneath Titania. And we
Only
believe
that,
that
but
we
the
were able
tree.
to improve the
I saw
quality
the
and the
guy
resolution
decent.
up to what you see on the right
Improvement.
image.
さらにですね、これ複数ライトも置いてみてるので、
Now,
もう
remember
今の
every single one of
14
these
だと
weird
左の環境しか作れ
animations
ないんですけど、
and
複数ライト
texture
さらにカラー
resolutions,
変えたり
but when
し
I
てい
get
く
to
ことで、
Hildebrand
右のように
tonight,
ね、
because holy
かなり
fuck,
複雑なライテ
I
ィングの
want
絵
to
作
see
り
how
がで
bad.
きていくようになりま
Man,
す。
man.
And as you can see, we have
Hildebrand
multiple
stuff is
lights
just gonna be
again
funny.
in this updated picture. And then plus we put some colored lighting. So the background is exactly the same. And it was actually quite intricately built. But by having these different sort of lighting available to shine on it, you can see the complex details that was part of the structure.
ちなみにこれ左のティターニアのストーリー的には左の雰囲気がいいなって言ってるコメントがあるんですけど、
What about like an area with a lot of fucking
させた
bloom?
バージョンを BG チーム作ってきたんです。
What about the fucking
ただ
79
開発者
dungeon?
目線で見ないと分かんないから
Weirdness that is
ライト
that.
の色を赤とかにして複数ライトが混ざってるっていう環境を作ってくれって言って僕がわざわざデザイナーがセンスよく統一してきたものをバラしたんで、
なるほど。
デザイナーのセンスじゃないので、これね僕のプレゼン用だと思ってください。デザイナーの名誉のために言っときます。
デモ用ですね。
はい。
One thing I do want to clarify because somebody pointed out they liked the look of the original Titania, where it has that sort of mood with all the muted colors. Yoshida wanted to, or I want to point out that this is the developers actually brought to me an example of what improved graphics would look like with that stayed within the color palette of the original picture, but that's very much in the developer's perspective, and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference of what has improved. That's why I had requested my designer to intentionally place red lights, something that's more obvious, just to show an example. So don't worry, this is not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to like destroy the atmosphere. The designer was very mindful about keeping the tone of the story, but I wanted a more like overt example. So just wanted to clarify that.
で、ここでちょっとね、特に注目してほしいのが、画面右の奥、上の方に見えてるステンドグラスのあたりをちょっと見ていただきたいんですけど。
And one part that I do want to point out, if you look at the upper part of the image, where the stained glass is,
これ左と右、マップのポリゴンは何も変わらないんですね。テクスチャー解像度も変わってないです。
So just reiterating that we have not changed any of the polygons that are in the map layout. We did not improve any of the textures here.
なのでライトを変える、複数置けるようになるだけで、実は BG アーティストたちがこだわって作っていた箇所っていうのがより明確にちゃんと見えるようになるんですよ。左は全部影で潰れてるんですけど、もともとちゃんと凹凸あるんですね。
And so this is what I'm trying to show with this image is that by being able to place multiple lights in a scene, we are able to showcase the details that our background artists have put into the structure. So above these stained glass, you might see these sort of like tiered sort of molding on top. And the picture on the left, it makes it unnoticeable because it's kind of drowned in the shadows. So by being able to place multiple lights, we're able to accentuate those details that our background team has put into the structure.
I think we can
バック
move
グラウンドアー
on.
ティス
The
トたちは
examples
ラ
are
イトの追
nice.
加をやっていこうって言ったらめっちゃ喜んでました。
Big examples, they're not going to be super.
So when we were talking about adding multiple lights, the background team definitely had a very strong reaction to that.
よかった。
さあ、で次はですね、こちらは金属表現を、その質感を上げますというサンプルになります。
So next sample we want to show you is how we depict like the texture of the metal.
こちらもですね、デザイナーの趣味というよりはですね、悪趣味なぐらい変えてくれって言ってるので、それをご承知おきください。
And of course, this again is supposed to be an example. And so I asked my designer to make it very gaudy at this point. So please understand it is not necessarily the designer's choice.
まあもともとやりたかったけどシェーダーがなくてできなかったので、まあこれぐらいゴール
I
ドをちゃ
bet
ん
that will
と
hurt my eyes.
やっていきますよと。
So up until now, we didn't have the proper shaders to apply, but we would love to improve the look of metallic surfaces. For example, gold here.
すごいですよね
コメン。トで吉田の家じゃんって書いてあるんだけど、俺んちこんなんだったらもう仕事してないわ。
People are saying, "Oh, is this Yoshida's house?" I was like, "No, if I were that rich, I wouldn't be working."
でもこれ怖いもんで、
It's like,
今ま
no,
で
it's
我々が
it's
左を金だと信じて
Yoko
まいり
Taro's
ましたけ
dream
ど、
house.
なんかもうブラスにしか見えないですよね。Yeah, actually, we trusted left side screen is gold up until now, but now it only see brass. Not gold. No more.
まあこういう形で
No grass,
金属の
only
質感強化っていうのもやっていきます。まあこれはねとても分かりやすい例じゃないかなと思います。
Thank you for that. But yeah, again, we're trying to make improvements to the material quality, so the look of metallic surfaces as well.
さらにですね、続いてはマップ に使えるメモリっていうのも、上限を上げてあげようと思っているので、
Somebody gave me a very
それによってですね、より
cursed
多くのオブジ
Can't
ェク
wait
ト
to
が配
see
置でき
the
るよう
light
になっていきま
upgrades
す。
in combination with Pandemonium
And
3.
next was to look at the memory
If you
resources
don't remember what
allocated to
Pandemonium
rendering
3
a
was,
particular
that was the
area on a
fucking
map. And I'm
Phoenix
looking to
fight,
raise that sort of
which is
cap so that we can place
goddamn
more
like
objects
orange
in a
everywhere.
particular field.
まあこれ左側が現在よくちょっとマトシャと出会ったりするところですけど、こんな感じになってます。これ現在ですね。
So the left side, you may remember your first encounter with Matsuya.
でそれがですね、今回このぐらいまではいけるだろうと。
Oh.
And with testing, we are seeing that we could possibly place more objects like these.
左と比べてですね、やっぱりまず注
Yeah,
目
we
点
can
として
just
は
throw a whole
その
bunch
1
of
枚
shit
の
there.
ループで作られてたその階段状になってる部分っていうのが、それぞれ素材違いをしかもこう組み合わせで、ずらして配置したりすることによってこう
Yeah,
使い込まれた感とかより出せていける。このあたりはね、実はすごく大きいと思います。
I'm just thinking about like
And so in the left, you
like
may
all
notice
the
that
effects
it's
that
just a
happens if you
repeat
like put a whole
layered
bunch
on
of red
like a
mages
repeat
like
layered
together.
on top of each other. But in the updated graphics, you can see that we are able to place objects not exactly like on top of each other, but like you can shift it by a little bit. It'll allow for a more realistic depiction of the area has been in use. So this is actually quite it
Also,
helps with
like
like the
the
immersion.
how the textures on
で
the
あとは
steps
そ
are.
の
Like
床
being
ですね、
able to
実は
do different
床の上
textures
に
for
もう
each
一
like
枚
plank
テ
of
クス
wood
チャーを重ね
looks
て
a
ブレンド
lot
させること
better
でですね、
than
床の
like
こう
the
ひ
kind
び
of
割れだったり
uniform textures
細
of
かい
the old one.
今だとねメモリがないので巨大
Like
な
the one
床
on
を
the
1枚
right,
貼って
just
どうに
how
か
that
ところなんで
board
すけど、そ
looks
こをさらにこう
kind of looks
質感
better
上げ
than
てい
the
けるようになる。
uniformed on the left because the uniform on the
And then
left
the
makes me
floor
think
or
that
the
it doesn't actually
ground, with the graphical update,
especially
would
if
be
it's like
able
a dock
to
of a
add
of a
another layer on top to give it
of
more
a city.
texture and kind of blend it in. So like cracks in the ground.
Yeah, clean versus
Previously,
dirty.
we wouldn't have enough memory,
I almost like the
so
dirty
we
one
would just have to
because
paste one giant floor and deal with it. But with the graphical updates, I think we'll be able to improve on the texture quality as well.
also yeah,
そ
the
してです
sand.
ね、
Look
続
at
い
the
てからちょ
fucking
っと BG で
sand
お知らせする最後になるんですが、
and some of the like objects.
Next is, I believe, the last set of samples that I've seen for the background elements.
こちらです。我々開発チーム最大の敵、
Would
自
you
動
like
草って呼んでるやつ。
これは
So this is one of our pet peeves, arch nemesis, I should say. These are like these automatically generated grass.
これがですね、カットシーンのチェックをやってるとですね、割り込んでくるんですよ。自動で生やされるんで。多分カットシーン作ったスタッフの時には生えてなかったんでしょうけど、
はは
僕がチェックする時は生えててですね、このジャギジャギがすごい入ってくるんですよ、カメラに。
And this is so, it takes away from cutscenes when it barges in. I'm sure when the cutscene team is creating the composition, they don't see the grass because this is just automatically generated after the fact. But sometimes it's like so close up and it's so pixelated, and that pixelation it bothered me very much.
今回もね、実はちょっ
Show
と裏
us
話ですけど、
improved grass.
まあエルピス
Show us
で
the grass that you would like us to touch.
ヘルメスにね、
うん
メーティオンにせがまれて、エルピスの花をこう見せる
はいはいはい
シーン、夜空でね、あるじゃない。で、
Yeah.
ヘルメスがこう
Come on, let's see it.
仮面を外す、
うん
あそこがですね、何度チェックしてても
Yoshi, you can
自動草が入ってくるんですよ。で、頭にちゃうんで、もう BG 班に頼んで、この辺もう草生やさない設定にしてくれって。
あ、なるほど。除草剤を撒いてしまったんですね。
So one behind the scenes comment I wanted to make when I was looking at the cutscene in Elpis, sorry spoilers, but Hermes, when he's talking to Meteon about, oh, I want to show you the flowers in Elpis, and he removes his mask, the grass automatically generates and it gets in the way. So I got so mad. I told the background team, like, can you make it so that you don't have grass being generated in this part of the ground?
で、それがですね、今まだテスト中
Oh,
ですが、
that's
こんな感
that's
じにな
lovely
ります。はい。
grass. Look at that grass.
But that will be updated hopefully. Again, we're still testing, but this is a sample image of what it could look like.
で、まあ種類もね、複数持てるようになるので、これね、草原から上は何も手入れてないんですよ。向こうに見える木とか、全く今のままなんですけど、まあこんなに変わるですよね。
So, and plus, we are able to generate a variation of different grass or plants. And so, while we haven't added or modified anything in the background, like the trees and the field in the background have not been modified, the look of it is different because of how we can process these automated grass.
これはですね、自動草そのものを入れ替えるので、申請から行月まで全てのマップで自動で生えてる草がきれいになります。
And for this update, we will be replacing the system that generates these grass or plant life. And so this should be applied throughout all of the areas from A Realm Reborn throughout Endwalker.
さあではバックグラウンド
Excited
実はね
for
まだあるんですけ
grass.
ど、ちょっとどんな表現バックグラウンドを上げていくかというのをお知らせしておきます。
Once again, primary features,
We've done various other
more
testings in terms
lights,
of background elements, but allow
metal
me to
pool,
summarize again.
fucking
まず
touch
先ほど、
grass.
サンプルでも見ていただきましたライト配置数の追加、質感凹凸表現ね、雰囲気の強化っていうのがこれによって、行われます。
So again, we are going to be doing additional lighting points, so improved visual quality, depth, and immersion.
そしてですね、影の高解像度化、影のテクスチャーを高解像度にすることでですね、ちらつかなくなったりですね、影がよりメリハリが効くようになります。
Increase flickering
And
effects.
then
Yeah,
higher
the flickering
resolution
effects is
shadows,
kind of my
and so we'd be improving
problem.
the
Like even on
texture
my
of
PS5,
the shadow
there's
and
a
how
lot
it's
of
depicted, so
flickering
that
within the
it will
shadows.
allow for like flickering, decreased flickering.
ちょっと嘆きの海のマップを思い出していただきたいんですけど、あそこ実は雰囲気を宇宙空間にするために、ライトの距離をすごい遠くして、全体の暗さをこう締めるようなことをやってるんですけど、結果そうすると影がものすごく長く表示されるんだけど、テクスチャー解像度が低いがゆえにすごいじらついたりボケたりする箇所が結構多いんですよ。ただ雰囲気を優先したんで我慢してたんですけど、そういうところもですね、より綺麗にちらつかずに影が出てくるようになると思います。
So if you would recall Mare Lamentorium and how we were trying to depict or make it seem like you're in outer space and make sure that the lighting had been placed in a very distant location so that we emphasize that sort of darkness that surrounds you. Because of that, whenever you're on the moon, your shadow gets to be very long, but because the shadow textures were not optimal, you would see frequent areas that would cause the shadows to flicker or it could get blurry. So with the graphical update, we're hoping to improve so that those shadows would come out a lot crisper.
そして質感表現の向上です。これもシェーダーでですね、金属とか布とか、まあそれ以外のちょっとシェーダーも今検討してます。
Everybody on my timeline that likes
improved
14
textures, which
is
includes metals,
flipping out
fabrics,
about
and we're also
grass.
trying to consider what other elements can we improve.
そして最後にご覧いただいた自動配置植物の強化、高解像度にしたりですね、あと
Possible improvements to follow and other ambient effects currently being tested. Upgrades will be
Lastly,
turned to maximum
more
extent.
and better
performance.
auto-generated greenery, which is increased resolution, variety, and etc.
で画面全体にフィルター効果として非常に重要なアンビエントオクルージョンっていう機能だったり、フォグ、いわゆる霧をこう重ねるみたいな、それをフォグって呼ぶんですけど、これらに関しては今テストをしてるんですけど、まだちょっとサンプルをお見せできない状態です。
And we're also considering other effects or filters that would apply to the overall screen, including ambient occlusion and fog effects. Now,
What
those
about
are
ray
still being
tracing? Do you
tested, but
want
we
to
couldn't
make the
produce
game
results
shit the
that
bed
we
and add
can
some ray
present at
tracing?
this time.
めちゃくちゃ雰囲気出るしめちゃくちゃクオリティ上がるんですけど、画面全体にパフォーマンスの影響を与えるものなので慎重にテストをしてしっかりこれだったら大丈夫だろう、その皆さんが極端に PC を買い替えたりとかしなくてもあとオプションでねちょっと切ることで軽くできるとかっていうのをちゃんと用意した上でここまでやれますよっていうのをちゃんとお見せできる。まだちょっと1ヶ月じゃそこまではいけないので、ただこれらも強化はしていきますので、また続報をねお待ちいただければと思います。
And we totally understand that it will give it a different sense of atmosphere, or it would really improve the mood if we had those kinds of textures applied or those filters applied. But it does affect the overall performance of the game. So we will need to test it very carefully for sure. So we want to explore our options, but we also want to make sure that we are at a state where we're comfortable and not requiring for so much resources that players would have to like update their PC to an extreme, or be able to provide an option to shut it off if you want to optimize your performance. So I'm afraid we're not able to show you anything as of like a month or so of testing, but we're hoping to bring you updates further down the line. So yeah, if you could please stay tuned for that.
さてでは、グラフィックス第1次グラフィックスアップデートの、今日お伝えできる範囲としては、ここまでとさせていただきます。
Okay, so in terms of the graphical updates and the preparations that we're making for it, I think is all that I have for today's presentation.
さあでは続いて、3つ目なんですが、引き続き多くのアップデートこれまでと変わらずですね、適切なスケジュールでお届けしていきますよというお話です。
So yeah, we will continue to provide regular updates on an appropriate schedule.
Look at all these
せっか
different
くの機会
patches.
ということでですね、
はい
ちょっと 6.1 から 6.5 まで
thumbnails
現状決まっているものでお知らせできそうなものをお知らせしておこうと思います。
So I would like to share information that we know that we're going to have from 6.1 through 6.5.
まずパッチ 6.1 なんですけど、こちらねリリースタイミングが読み切れないと思うんですけど、
Somehow further
4
Hildebrand
月には出します。
adventures
はい。
in 6.1. We'll get to
So
Hildebrand tonight.
1
Ataru's
series. I
Grand
understand that it's
Endeavor.
still kind of hard to see when it's coming, but we are
that?
looking at April at this time.
Okay, yeah, I mean, April makes
当然で
sense.
すがメインクエストのアップデートっていうのは 6.1 から 6.5 まで新しい
We'll be
冒
done
険
with
をお届け
everything
してい
before
こうと
April.
思ってます。
Of course, part of those updates will include the updates to the main scenario. We will have a new story with each patch installment.
そしてですね、全世界から帰ってこいと言われていた、
Man,
事件や
Hildebrand's coming
紳士ね
back. You know,
ついに
he
帰還でご
was
ざいます。ヒ
driving
ルディブランドの行列編
he's
が、
done
始まり
karting
ます。
and Chocobo GP.
Of course,
Please
we've heard
tell
many
me
people
I
ask
will
for him to come back. This gentleman extraordinaire, Mr. Hildebrand, will be making his return.
新しいサブクエストシリーズとしてですね、タタルの大繁盛商店というのが、連続として始まります。
Yeah, I wrote.
And then, of course, a new series of side quests named Tataru's Grand Endeavor.
ちなみにヒルディブランドが最後に目撃されたのはパッチ 5.3 で実装された漆黒決戦ノルブラントでエリディブスによって召喚された中に
いましたね。
確率でたまに出てくるんでね、あいつID の中に、あそこですね、最後に目撃されてるのが。
I believe the last Hildebrand,
Oh, they've
last time
made a
Hildebrand
couple
was
of like
seen
April Fool's
was
jokes.
in patch 5.3, the Hero's Gauntlet. And this is a random occurrence, so you may or may not have seen him. But when you are doing your Warrior of Light battle, he is one of the people that is summoned.
Yeah,
さあ、どん
sometimes
な
he's able to
冒
be
険
summoned
と
in
か
that
ね、進道
dungeon,
中になるの
but
か、ぜひ
he's
楽
not
しみに
there
お
all
待
the
ちくだ
time.
さい。
Kataru's cats
But
from
yeah, we hope you enjoy whatever odd adventures that he gets into.
まあ、どんどんいきます。パッチ 6.1
Miss
ま
of
だ
the
まだあ
Realm.
ってです
Okay.
ね、アライアンスレイド、ミソロジー・オブ・
okay.
エオルゼア、12子にまつわる物語ですね、スタートします。
Continuing with patch 6.1 updates, we will have our Alliance raid, Myths of the Realm, part 1, implemented. This is going to delve into or touch upon the mythos of the 12 gods.
そして新 PVP のクリスタルコンフリクトというのが、スタートして蛮族クエストアルカソーダラ続編があって、ゼツは本当お待たせしました、レイド大好き勢、本当お待たせしたんですが最新ゼツリリースします。
And so next is a new PvP, the Crystalline Conflict. We will have a new Beast Tribe quest, or like a new tribal quest, Arkasodara tribe quest in their dailies, and then a new ultimate content. Thank you so much for your patience. Our new
Don't want to do
ultimate
that.
duty will be implemented as of 6.1.
ゲームはねアルテマになりますがもうバランスチェックも終わっていて結構むずいですよ。
And of course, we will finally be reopening the Unreal battles. Ultima's Bane will be what's coming for the next battle. We are currently testing this out, but it's quite challenging.
アルテマウェポンってもともと結構初期に時間のない中で作られていて、IL が結構みんな上がってるんで、いろいろギミック無視できたりとか、被弾してもそんなになんですけど、レベル90でバランス取り直してきっちりアイテムレベル確定させたらね、やっぱ面白いし、やりごたえあるなこれって感じでした。
Of course, when we first designed the Ultima weapon fight, it was done in a rush, and then by now I think people have raised their item level. So even if you take damage, it's not as bad. But with the Unreal battles, we have adjusted the boss fight so that it matches that of a level 90 player. So and we've kind of finalized the item level. So testing it out, I enjoyed it. It was a very interesting battle, and it's very challenging for sure.
I mean, or myself and the program that I use. Oh, nice, you made it myself. Yeah. Well, I mean, I used Koikatsu as a base to kind of get certain elements done, and then a lot of it is splintered work. So.
There was a comment about
the hair,
the
the main body, and stuff
it seems
is
to
100%
not be very favorable to call it that. I know we're trying to shift it to say
in the jacket
tribe
or
quest,
things
or
in
like
Koikatsu.
we're just calling it by
everything
the tribal name in the English,
and the glasses
we are going to try to figure out a better way to phrase it.
The texture of my skin, that's me. The tongue, that's me. The tail, that's me.
多分
the fact I can
一
do
番難
this,
しいと思うんで
that's me.
やる方は覚悟をしておいてください。
And I want to backtrack a little bit to the ultimate duty, the new ultimate duty, and we're balancing right now and making adjustments, but it's quite difficult. So
Yeah,
if you're
it's a
up for a
fucking
challenge,
ultimate.
that's fantastic.
I
But
don't
yeah,
care.
it's going to take some. It's going to again be challenging.
実は 6.11 かな。
Oh, I'm sorry. Ultimate would be not 6.1 but 6.11, so it's probably not at the same time as the major patch.
まあメインシナリオをやったり、ハウジングの抽選に応募したりとかすると思うので、2週間空けて出す予定かな。はい。
We are hoping that players would enjoy the main scenario first, and then 6.1 is also when we open up the Ishgard housing. So I'm sure people will want to sign up for like housing plots. So we're going to wait 2 weeks after the launch of the major patch, and then release the ultimate duty.
まだまだあってですね、6.1。さっきお伝えしたメインクエスト ID のフェイスタイル 2.0 半やって、それ以外のID もちょっとグラフィックスの調整とかいろいろやってます。
Custom deliveries.
So continuing on
Mal-
with the 6.1 series
Millions?
updates. So
Wait,
the
isn't that like
main quest,
Alphinaud's and
the trust system
Alizé's
for A Realm
mother?
Reborn patch 2.0 main scenario dungeons.
そして新しい
New
リワード
trials
シ
and
ステムと
assorted
してですね、
updates
キャラ
too.
クターカード
Of
っていうのの、
course.
システム実
You
装
have
が、
to have
ド
the
ーンと始ま
the
ります。
Insinger trial.
And then a new calling card style UI. So this is going to be a new reward type system that we plan to start implementing.
まあこの辺の詳しい内容はね、3月4日からのまたパッチ 6.1 特集、パート1、パート2の方でお伝えしていきます。そしてお待たせしたロス
And
ガ
we're
ルの
gonna have to hand
新
out
髪型
business
対応が
cards.
スタ
So
ー
that
ト
you
となり
saying
ま
that
す。
Yoshi P?
So for this calling card style UI, this is something that we'll cover in our next two live letters. There's one definitely planned on March the 4th, and we'll do like a 6.1 feature, part 1 and part 2. So we'll delve into details at that time. So next item would be new hairstyles for Hrothgar. Thank you so much for your patience on this.
そしてハウジング、石屋ガールドハウジングが開き、お得意様取引はなんとアルフィナ・アリゼのお母様であるアメリアンス編となります。
The next two items is the opening of Imperium or Ishgard housing, and then custom deliveries. You get to meet with Alphino and Alizé's mom, Amelians.
Okay, it is.
新 PVP はいつですか、まあ、またちょっと PLL で詳しく言いますけど、6.15 を予定してます。はい。
We had a question about when is the new PvP going to go live. Again, we'll cover this in the upcoming other PLLs, but we are looking at 6.15 timing for that.
まあそれ以外にもですね、透滅戦など多数のものが、まあ、透滅戦名前言えないですけどありますんで、ぜひご期待ください。ここまでが、まあ、6.1 のざっくり概要です。はい。
And of course, new trials. We can't say what, but other
We can't say what?
updates
That's a
are
spoiler?
planned for the 6.1 series.
そして続いて 6.2 ですがこんな感じになってて、まあ一番の注目はやっぱりお知らせしていた、無人島開拓が 6.2 からスタートになります。
Variant dungeon.
So next up is the 6.2 series.
Oh, Island
This
Sanctuary
is
will
one of
debut.
the
Good.
large, like the anticipated content, I
Oh,
believe,
6.2.
is the Island Sanctuary. That's when we're going to start opening this up.
昨日全体を一通りチェックしましたけど、めちゃくちゃでかいんで規模。だいぶね組み上がってるんでもう。
I had the opportunity to check the overall sort of content yesterday, and it's
And of course,
quite large
Pandemonium,
scale,
Faux
but I
Hollows,
think it's coming
other
along
trials,
nicely.
whichever series that's
ま
going
たちょ
to
っ
be.
と今日は時間がないのであれですけど、詳しく説明する機会は取ろうと思いますが、基本的には外の世界と全く異なるそこだけで完結できる遊びになってますし、まあゆっくり本当にゆるくやれるので楽しみに待っていただけると嬉しいです。
So I'm afraid we don't have the time to cover it today, but we will take the time at another opportunity so that we can explain the details of this. But it is going to be a different sort of area that you can enjoy, and it's a very self-contained sort of content that you can enjoy.
でまあ2.x 残り新生オルゼアの 2.x シリーズのメインクエスト ID を全部対応し、想
I'm
定編
guessing
に
the
も
web
突入しま
enhancements
す。
for 6.2
あと
are
は
like the
武器強
relic
化コンテンツ
weapons
の
and
新しい
stuff
シリー
like
ズを
that.
スタートし
Because
ま
that's
す。
the only thing I could think it could be.
So going back to the earlier bullet points, we will be applying the trust system for the 2.x main scenario dungeons, maybe partially into Heaven's Word. It says here.
そうだもうね多すぎて入れてないんですけど、ミラプリの拡張もね 6.1 から第1弾始まるんで言っときます。そういうの。
Oh, we also want to mention we will be expanding on glamours. Glamour ミラプリのごめんなさい、ミラプリはグラマープリズムの方でしょうか。
言
えない感じですか。
第1弾プレート増やすをやっていくまず第1弾。
So glamour related updates. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure how to phrase it, so I squeezed it out of Yoshida-san. We will be addressing and expanding upon glamour plates as part of the first glamour related updates in 6.1 series.
まあ、ちょ
Okay,
っと
so
全
that's
部書
coming
ききれないけど、
6.1.
いつもの 討
I'm like,
伐
I'm
と別
already-
のノーマルと
you-
極があるとかいうのは、まあ、い
give
つ
me
も通り
more.
やっていくので、
Give
まあ、その辺
more.
は書かれてなくてもあると思ってもらえると助かります。
And of course, we will have whatever content that you can expect in a patch update, so like new trials, etc. It's not written here because we couldn't fit it all in the slides, but yes.
収納数増やすトライもしてるから、ごっそりどっかのタイミングで増やします。
And we're also looking at like how to expand upon like the number of sets stored. So we're hoping to find an opportunity to do that update, like like not an overhaul, but like an update on that as well.
そしてですね、さりげなく書かれてる新しいこの 6.2 から新しいバトルコンテンツ、タイプが全くこれまでと違うコンテンツを今開発中です。
And then the fourth bullet point, it's just kind of snuck in there as part of like the updates, but it's a new thing that we're trying to do. It's a dungeon with variable difficulty.
これ難易度可変ダンジョンって今開発コードネームなんですけど、1人から4人でチャレンジできて、1人で行く、2人で行く、3人で行く、4人で行くっていうので、自動的にそれに合わせて難易度がコントロールされるっていうチャレンジ型のコンテンツになります。
And so the code name that we're using here is like Criterion Dungeons, but so you can attempt this with 1 to 4 people, and what makes it variable is that if you go in, depending on the number of people you go in with, so 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, the difficulty sort of varies. It will automatically scale, so it's like a content where players can sort of challenge themselves.
まあこちらも組み上がってはきてるんですけど、まだ調整いろいろチェックやってたりするんで、まあ 6.2 に近づいてきたらしっかり特集していきたいと思います。
It is coming along nicely, but and we're still performing checks on the content. So please stay tuned for new information as they become available when we can talk about 6.2.
そして 6.3 になるとですね、メインクエストの ID フェイス対応が総点編をここで完了させる予定です。
And then moving into 6.3, so we continued to add more trust NPCs. We should be able to address the remaining main scenario instanced dungeons in Heavensward.
でかいのはですね、世界中からですね、ディープダンジョンシリーズの新しいのがやりたいというお声をたくさん頂戴していたので、今企画をやっている最中です。6.3 でディープダンジョンシリーズの第3弾実装予定です。
Some of these are just like, okay, I kind of
And
understand.
then players from around the world had asked about
yes,
when do
there
we get
is
a new deep
weirdly
dungeon.
a reputation
And
system.
so we are
It's tied to
in the
the
planning
Beast
phases
Tribe
at this time.
quests,
We're hoping to launch the
which you
third
improve your
in the series
reputation
of
with a
deep
Beast
dungeons
Tribe,
at
and it
6.3
kind of
series
like
timing.
it's like a bunch of
そしてですね、
dailies,
すでに
and as you continue to
開
do
発
dailies, you
ス
unlock
ター
like
トし
the
て
next
進んでるんですが、
segment
Z
of
シリーズの
their
第5弾を
story.
6.3
And
でリリース
eventually
予
you
定
can
です。
buy a mount and like a
And
dance
then
and
we
things
are
like that.
already starting to make plans for
It's
this,
how I have
but
that elephant mount.
we do intend on adding one more ultimate duty. So this will be the 5th one in the series.
そしてですね、6.2 でリリースされた、無人島開拓のアップデートももちろん行っていきます。
And then, of course,
we're learning
because
about
we will
what
be
the next
opening
10
up
years of Final
the
Fantasy
Island
14 are going to
Sanctuary
be.
as of 6.2, at 6.3 series timing, we will continue to update it.
でまあ、4と5はちょっとパッチ 6.4 と5はまとめてのご紹介になっちゃいますが、この4と5でグレーン編のメインクエスト ID のフェイス対応を全部終わらせて、まあ、これで、ストーリー上に登場する ID は、全部対応が終わる予定です。
And well, we don't have enough plans
next
to talk
page
about what's
covers
happening
both
in the next year.
6.4 and 6.5 series, but by this time we aim to complete the trust system implementation into all of the Stormblood main scenario dungeon series, and so that should get through all of Stormblood.
で難易度可変ダンジョンと呼んでる新しいバトルコンテンツシリーズの第2弾とか第3弾も入れていきますし、無人島開拓の開拓エリアを追加したりっていう予定ももう当然ね我々長期計画で進んでるので予定されてます。
Oh, that's fine.
And then, of course, our Criterion dungeons will see an update. We should have numbers 2 and 3 implemented. And then for Island Sanctuary, at this time, we want to expand upon the area. So we'll have an additional area.
でですね、例えば青魔同士のレベルキャップをどのタイミングにする、解放どのタイミングにするのとか、そういう
Hey, Sean, it's going kind of fine. We're learning about the next 10 years of Final Fantasy
それらもちゃ
XIV,
んと
and then
ど
I'll
っかのタイミン
start
グでやっていき
up
ますん
14,
で、
and
ま
we'll
た
be
それぞ
doing
れですね、
Hildebrand.
パッチのこう特集をお待ちいただ
Lots
け
of
れば。
graphic updates. Yeah, lots of graphics
やらない
updates
と
is
か
the
いうわけじゃないん
primary
で、ここ
thing.
に書かれてないものはね、まだ詰め切れてないものはちょっと言えないので、さすがに。まあこのあたりはもう全部確定しているので、お知らせして。
Now they're talking about like what would have been the other patches.
I'm sure some of you might be wondering about, okay, when is the next time the Blue Mage is going to have their level cap increased? And some of these items, we need to monitor the situation. And so I'm afraid we aren't able to determine exactly when this is going to happen, but we do intend on doing it. We will share more information when we are going to do like a patch specific like updates live stream. Please note that even if it's not written in the document, it doesn't mean that we're not going to do it. So yeah, there might be information that we're still in the planning phases and we weren't able to solidify at this time. So we will continue to look at the various existing content and provide updates when we can.
まあなんかパッチ情報を出すとみんな細かいところあれはどうこれはどうってやっぱなっちゃうね。まあ皆さんが思ってることは基本的にやってるんで大丈夫ですよ。
I see that people in the comments are talking about various granular areas of patch updates, and I think it's safe to say that things that we know people are expecting in a regular update will more than likely be included. So I want to make sure that yeah, don't be worried.
まあアルカスソーダラの次はどうなるの、種族ってどうなるのとかもう全部決まってます。ちゃんと毎パッチやっていくので、まああれかなこれかなって思いながら待っていただけると嬉しいです。
And the tribal quest beyond Arcasadara is I'm sure a mystery, but we have a plan. We do have like which group to focus in on, and we do want to have content available per each of the patch. So it'd be great if you could wait or not wait, but like speculate, kind of imagine what kind of which tribe will we be focusing in on.
What weird creatures should we help this expansion
5になるかまだ決まってないんでちょっと待ってください。
And we do intend on making Gold Saucer updates, but we still haven't determined if it's going to be 6.4 or 6.5. So that's why we're not mentioning it at this time.
Hello.
さあというわけでまあまあ変わらずですね、もりもりでやっていきますよというお知らせでした。
But yeah, just wanted to go through all of these roadmaps just so that we know that we continue or we plan to continue providing very hefty updates.
ただですね、一個皆さんにこれを踏まえてですね、ちょっとお知らせをさせてください。
Schedule announcement. Ooh.
But with that being said,
Every few
allow me
months.
to make one
I didn't
announcement.
violate shit. No, I didn't
メ
violate
ジ
the
ャーパ
law.
ッチ
I
のサ
haven't
イクルに
violated
ついて
shit.
です。
And this is regarding the major patch cycle.
これまでですね、申請スタートからですね、まあずっとできるだけこの 3.5 ヶ月に1メジャーパッチ配信っていうのを、まあ目標に掲げてやってきました。
So of course, since
So
the
I guess they're increasing
relaunch
it to
as
4,
A Realm
maybe?
Reborn, we've tried to keep this pace of
Right,
one
right.
major patch update per every 3.5 months.
でこれをですね本当申し訳ないんですが2週間プラスしてですね4ヶ月にさせ
Just
て
like
く
a
ださい。
couple more weeks.
And I'm terribly sorry to ask you of this, but we need to extend it
two
by
weeks.
2 weeks, and so we want
2
to
weeks.
change it so
Okay,
that
who
it's
cares?
one major patch every 4 months.
でこの2週間って何かっていうとですねまあ我々開発内では実装期間っていうのと調整期間っていうので大きく2つあるんですけど、この実装期間にプラスあと1週間、それから調整期間にプラスあと1週間の時間をいただいて、まあ、マイメジャーパッチを 3.5 ヶ月でなんとかやってきたのをちょっと4ヶ月、まあ、プラス2週させていただけると助かります。
So of course we have periods of our development cycle where it's development and then implementation, and various adjustments, fine tuning that we do. So those 2 weeks that we ask of you for your patience is 1 week for additional implementation, and then 1 week additional for fine tuning. So that makes it that 3.5 months now turns into 4 months.
でですね、夏季休暇期間とか、まあ
This
我々
means
や
that
っぱ
like
り
every
サマー
4
バケーション
months
スタ
will
ッフに
be
渡したりです
the
ね、
the
年末年
streams
始や
of
っぱ
this
り
game.
家族とねゆっくり過ごしてほしいっていうのがあるので、まあ夏季休暇期間とか年末年始の場合には、まあこれにプラス1週間ねさせていただくことがあるかなと思います。
And in addition to that, we do have breaks, like summer vacation or summer holidays, New Year's holidays. I'm sure people have family that they would visit over the holidays, and so for those holiday seasons, we might see an additional like 1 week's not delay, but like 1 week's time added as well.
まあやっぱりここまでその
Here's
前
the
半
thing,
の
like
10
I
年間ってい
really
うところ
don't
でも
care if
お
they're
伝え
adding
し
2
ましたけ
weeks or
ど、
whatever.
相当
As long as it's not like
みんなの
6
開発チーム、運営
months,
チームのモチベーションっていう
like
ところに頼って
it's not
やって
gonna
きたとこ
like
ろがあるな
affect
と思ってい
me.
て、まあそれは僕自身のこう稼働の
If it's
高
like
さも
half a
含めて
year
なんで
and
す
you
けど、
haven't had
まあ休
content,
み
new
たいというよりはや
content,
っぱり
that's
適
kind
切に
of
みんな健
worse than
康で
like
健やかに開発に
I
取り組む
understand
こと
that,
で
Jack.
よりクオリティも
I'm
上
just
がっていくだろう。
I'm trying to
まあ
throw
事実足り
WoW
てない
under the
無理を
bus
して
for
き
a
たっていうところ
second.
もあるので、ちょっ
Like
とそれ
3 to
が理由
4
に
months
なっ
is
てま
fine
す。
because that there's a lot of content
As I
within
explained in the
each
first
patch.
half, when we were looking back at our first 10 years, we really depended on the motivation of each of the developers that are on the team, and me included. I was moving around and very hands-on with my team, but looking at our schedule and how we work, I do want my team to be healthy and be able to sort of maintain a good level of quality because they are taking the necessary breaks. And to be honest, there were areas where we might not have performed as well as we should have because some of us may have been pushing too hard. So that's the reasoning behind why we want additional time.
でまあ非常にね皆さん優しいコメントいただけてるんでとても嬉しい。特にスタッフの健康とかね気遣っていただけてるんでとても嬉しいんですけど、まあ、これまで 2.0 からねなんとか 3.5 ヶ月でこうやってきたこの実装10何週調整何週みたいなのでまあやってきたんですけど、ちょっとね比較を持ってきました。
And thank you so much for the kind comments regarding our staff and making sure that you're showing your concern to our staff members. It really warms my heart, and I'll make sure to relay that. But considering what we've been doing in terms of providing an update every 3.5 months since 2.0, and we work with a schedule of like such and such weeks for implementation and whatnot. So we put together this comparison chart for you to take a look.
まあこれまで、企画、開発、調整、デバッグっていうのを、まあ、3.5 ヶ月でやってきてたんですけど、
Of course, our development largely is broken down to planning, development, adjustments, and debug. And this is some of the numbers that we've pulled up.
パッチ 3.3 の時が左の列、5.3 の時が右の列です。
Oh yeah, 5.3 was long.
So the column on the left is patch 3.3 series timing, and then the column on the right is patch 5.3 series.
まあ、コンテンツ数がねそこまで極端にってわけじゃないんですけど、やっぱジョブ数がまずね11だったのが18になってたり、ボス数が作ってるボス数がもう17から23って増えてるんですね。これ当然調整コストめちゃくちゃ増えてるんで。
増えましたな。
Yeah, it's kind of weird that like
So,
there was
I
more
mean, the number
bosses
of
in the 5.3
content,
series.
like types of
But then
content,
again, that
may
also
not have
probably
varied over
includes
the
like the
years. But if
Southern
you look
Front.
at, say, like the number of
Because you-
jobs, from patch 3.3, 11
Yeah.
jobs, we've now jumped up to 18 as of 5.3, which means a lot of different balance
Because there was
adjustments
more
for those.
dungeons in 3.3.
Number of bosses have gone from 17 to 23.
But
もちろんね開発スタッフっていうのも皆さんからいただいた月額課金で、
because
まあ、どんどん採用してどんどん
plus
増
the
やしてい
trial
って
boss.
チーム規模も
plus the
当
bosses
然
in the
上がっ
raid.
てるんですけど、じゃあ人が増えればそんなに簡単に僕ら工場製品作ってるわけじゃないので
Yeah,
量
that's
産が
definitely the
上がるかっていうとやっ
bosses
ぱり
is
そうではな
like
い。トレーニングも
a
必
thing
要、
of like the
経験
Southern
も必
Front
要。
boss.
やっぱりそんなスーパーエースたちが中川とか須藤とかがバンバン育っていくわけじゃないので
Of course, with our development team, thanks to the support via monthly submissions or subscriptions from everybody, we are able to strengthen our team. We were able to hire additional staff. And so our team has definitely grown, but I mean, we're not in a factory manufacturing, like we're not an assembly line. So we require training. We require for our staff to gain experience. Not everybody is a super ace player like Nakagawa or Sudo.
例えばこの開発チーム運営チーム三角形だとした場合に、この三角のスケールはめっちゃ大きくできるんですよ。
はいはいはい。
だけど結局上の方に行くと、どこまで行っても最後は頂点はディレクターとかプロデューサーってなってくると、ここがやっぱそんな簡単には増えないんで、まあ、何でもかんでもたくさん調整もチェックもせずに出すってわけにもいかないから、まあ、吉田を別に分身させろとかその培養して増やせばって考えもなきにしもあらずだけど、ちょっとまだテクノロジーがそこまで追いついてないんで。
So if you would imagine our sort of team, I guess, our staff, or how we're organized as like a giant triangle. And of course, we can always scale the triangle to be larger, but I mean, it's still a triangle, so the tip is very small. And when you get to like the director and producer level, I mean, we train fantastic people, but like it doesn't grow in numbers as much as like when you scale the lower part of it. And there still requires a lot of adjustments that need to be applied on the things that we do create. And of course, it would be awesome if we can create like multiples of Yoshida. Maybe if we can clone him or like but still it is quite a
I was paying
challenge.
attention to something
吉田に
else.
ハイデリンキックして分割しようって言われたけど、それ薄くなってんじゃん、1吉田。
There's a bad button. No, fucking bots
Somebody's
here.
saying, perform the
gotta be
Heidelin
at least
kick on
somewhat
Yoshida
human
and
to be
sunder
here.
him, then we'll have 14 of him. But then, wait, no, but he's sundered, so he's like thinner. Like you have a diluted version of him.
いやいや、まあでもね、例えばそのカットシーンの数字なんてね、2時間25分トータルだった自動送りしていくと、まあパチ5.3だと4時間30分になってるんですけど、まあ当然ですけど、そのいただいた利益で人も増やし、いろんな会社さんにお願いして腕のいい人たちにたくさんカットシーンやっぱ作ってもらってるんですけど、どうしてもねディレクションする側っていうのの人数は限られてくるので、それでももう倍増近い感じですし。
And if we look at the cutscenes, we went from 2 hours 25 minutes to 4 hours and 30 minutes. And this is like if you let the dialogue autoplay. But I mean, we have brought on many talented people onto our teams, but we still require somebody to look at the product that they create. And there needs to be a director that makes sure that we're aligned.
もうなんか面白い、もうなんか能力の薄い吉田のただのやからやんけって
comments still going on about Sunder Yoshida, like, well, but what if he's like that's like a low quality Yoshida? It's just a man.
まあというわけでですね、これからもちょっと今日お伝えした内容 7.0 に向かっていろいろやっていきます。パッチの物量というのも頑張ってまた作っていきますし、クオリティとか調整というところも妥協なくねまた進めていきたいとは思うんですが、まあその分ですね、ちょっとこれまでのパッチサイクル3.5 ヶ月にプラス2周させていただいて、4ヶ月っていうサイクルでですね、ここから先まだまだ楽しみにお届けしていこうと思ってます。
I was just looking at my fucking
But yeah, we are making various plans leading up to 7.0, and we still want to continue bringing you the different patch updates. And so with the different elements that we implement, as well as the balancing that we do, the fine tuning, we don't want to compromise any of that. That's why we do want to continue producing the patches to the quality that we hold ourselves up to. So we do want to ask for that initial 2 weeks so that we will have the 4-month patch cycle, but we will continue to bring you regular updates.
まあ本当にあと10年やっていけばとてつもなく長い旅になると思ってます。皆さんとね一緒に今度は20年歩んでいこうってことになるかと思います。
And we strive for another 10 years. This is our goal, and I'm hoping that we will get to a point where we will be celebrating, or like we will be looking back at our journey in our 20th anniversary.
まだまだやりたいことね、チャレンジしてみたいことあります。驚いてもらえることやっていこうと思いますので、ぜひこの先もですね一緒にまたボティン作っていただけると嬉しいです。はい。
We do want to do more, take on more and more challenges, bring you more surprises. So I want to continue building this together with you all. So yeah, it would be great if you could continue to keep with us.
はい、では前半。
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So this is all about the first half of today's
Okay, hey, first half is
前
done.
半、プロデューサーレタライブの前半戦はここま
I
で
do not
と
care
1個忘れた。DC トラベルはいつが結構多くて、今の予定 6.18 かなで予定してますんで。
Sorry, one more thing. We did see a lot of comments about, so when is data center travel going to be implemented? We are currently looking at 6.18 timing for that.
I already mentioned
はい、
that
ありがとうございます。
beforehand.
はい、ではこの後休憩に入るんですが、ですね、今日は後半戦は通訳は別の方にお願いすることになっておりますので、あゆみさんがここまでとなります。So before going to break,
So I'm gonna go do that, and then I'll be back for whatever. I realized I didn't really mute my mic. Not that that matters. Just let me log into that screen. Do. All right. Now that we know what's going to happen in the next 10 years, which is, yeah, we're going to make graphical updates. And, I should turn this down. That will be graphical updates. Look, I didn't even have to worry about the queue. 10 people in queue. And content will continue. And also, grass. I think it is time. It is time to do other things. Better things. I need to take away this. There we go. There we go. Draws at pawns, I don't care. Let me see. Game plus. Feared! Lost forever when the calamity struck. A true Aurorsian hero and legend has returned to the realm. Join Hildebrand Mandeville, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, and his talented and charming assistant, Nashu Makaraka, as they scour all of creation to solve the most perplexing cases to plague the people of Aurorsia. It is time for Hildebrand. I've built this up for a while. Rise and fall of a gentleman. Oh, I should also make sure Skelly's up. Ah, I forgot that I made her big. Skelly. Man, thanks. Valentine's Day fucked with me. Sure. Oh. It's that guy. I've heard you've been busy as a beat racer. It seems like half the rest of it come my way come from your goings. Been regularly interested in investigating some queer rumors, right? Before that, let me ask, have you heard of the man named Hildebrand? Have you heard of Hildebrand before? Well, no, obviously not. To hear of him tell it, he was Aurorsia's greatest and most famous inspector. Still can't say if I'm surprised you don't know him. To his credit, Hildebrand and his assistant had a knack for showing up when something shady was afoot. As for sussing out the culprits, well, he had his moments, though I hesitate to give him the sole credit. Any road, 5 years ago, he gets in his head that he's cracked the code of Mizaya's 7 furs, Dalamud the Calamity. All of it can be stopped. He says, so long as he finds him the hero of prophecy. And would you know it, the hero was Hildebrand himself. So he flies off towards Dalamud. Aye, that's right, he flew. Launches himself straight up in the air somehow, ridiculous as it sounds. Of course, it's only logical that he's got to come back down, though it was only recently that we found his body. I had reasons to bring this up. Oh, alright, Nasu, Hildebrand's erstwhile assistant, has become an inspector in her own right. At present, she's investigating the queer rumors I mentioned earlier. She's a sweet lass, a bit daft, but sweet nonetheless. So when I heard that she's at wit's end, I wanted to help. Thing is, I prefer to meddle in the affairs of the living. Zombies are most definitely not my forte. So if willing, I'll be grateful to lend her a hand. As for where to find her, she likes to visit Hildebrand's grave near the Lich Yard when she's frustrated. Try looking for her there. Dude, where are we going? Lich. Most of this is going to be straight up talking. Like all of it. Oh, if only we're still alive, Inspector. You know how to stop these zombies. Ah, you there. Could it be? You've come to offer your services to me? Yeah. Okay, yes, I guess. Oh, but where's my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nasu, a German Inquiries Extraordinary Inspector. At least that's what I'm trying to be. It's not quite as easy as he made it look. Inspector Hildebrand was a great man, a real Evrosian hero. We traveled the world, me and him, solving and thwarting evil. No matter the mystery, you could always count on the Inspector to solve it with grace and style. But there was the final case, the case of the century, he called it. How to stop the Red Moon from destroying the world. To save us all, he flew into the sky and all I can do was watch. But then, he came back down and he... Ow. Time for headaches. This is all a joke, a big funny joke, right, Inspector? Any moment you'll burst out of the ground and shout, "Surprise! Had you fooled, eh?" And we laugh and laugh. Hildebrand Mandeville, beloved son. They say no one remembers the warriors of light and their names, their faces all gone. But I remember you, Inspector. No, gentleman hero Hildebrand. I can never be the hero you were, but I'll do my best to try. I'm going to undress and redress up in front of your grave. I, Nasu, Inspector Extraordinaire, will carry on your legacy. So I told myself, well, Nasu, there must be a leader, a head zombie who tells the rest what to do. Therefore, all we need to do is kill him. Again, that is. Unfortunately, I do not know where he is or how to find him, but now that you're here, my faithful assistant, you can try the good idea I've come up with so far. If you go to the dangerous dapper zombies we were last seen in southern Thanalan, you might find them, and then you could become their friend and ask to meet their leader. Yeah, that'll sure for work. So, I need to go find a specific fate in southern Thanalan. And I'm not sure how long it will take to proc. I hate that it's always this, like, one fate. Alright. So... falling courses, writhe in style. I guess as soon as I procced, it came in, it procced. Time to level 6. At least these guys are going down pretty fast. Like, I understand why they would do the space system. Just think about... Hey, do you know that Go-Go is actually in this game? He's locked behind the blue mage. I won't do the blue mage content on screen because I really don't care. But we'll find many a past Final Fantasy character in this series of quest lines. Maybe we'll do a battle upon some great big overpass. Is she back all right? Oh, no, she's just... Yeah, no, she's still out. Press an achievement, good too. Well... Next month, we'll just have unlimited for at least a bit. Did you find the zombies? You did? That's wonderful! I've been busy too. The head zombie will rue the day he meets me, you'll see. So tell me, what did you learn? There's a parchment. Oh, so you weren't able to make new friends? That's a shame. But the parchment, this is the map of the Sangoli Desert. There's a spark mark here in the south. And look, there's something else written here. A gentleman is rather than does. That sort of reminds me of... well, no matter. Let's see where this map takes us. Assistant, onward to the Sangoli. Which is Forgotten Springs again. Boom, boom. Where? Okay, it's on the very furthest. Okay. Ah, shoot. I don't think I've misread the map. Maybe they're just shy, though. I say we call them out and let them know we come in peace, and whether the leader shows itself, we'll strike. A gentleman is rather than does. I like how the wild rose bloom thing is still a thing. Ugh! Ugh! Who summons the gentle dead men? They live! They live! And we hunger! We hunger! My brothers, lend me your ears. A gentleman does not dine upon his guests. There he is. Spare those two fair ladies your mastications. Withdraw, I say, and harass them no more. Up in the sky, look! It's a bird! No, it's an airship! No, it's the inspector! We hear and we obey. Bonk. It is you! It's really you! I knew nothing could kill the great Inspector Hildebrand! Hildebrand? Who is this Hildebrand of who you speak? My name is Zombie Brad, devourer of brains, undead overlord extraordinaire. What are you saying? You're not an undead overlord. You're a gentleman inspector. Inspector, overlord, inspector, overlord. Oh, Inspector, you just look confused at all. Don't worry, I'll knock the assistant back into that noggin of yours. Stay your hand, my lady. You know not what you do. Even if I was the esteemed gentleman that you purport to me to be, the concussion force of blast is more likely to liquefy my... If crashing into the ground makes you forget, then an explosion of equal force ought to make you remember. I'll save you, Inspector, or kill you trying. See, you even acknowledge the possibility of this plan will result in my... Yoink. Death. Normally, I would applaud your ingenuity, Nashu, but I would prefer you to found more elegant solution. Ah, he remembers me. Inspector Hillebrand remembers me. Yes, I remember you, my faithful assistant. What I do not quite remember is how I came to be here. Oh God, not the pig. They live. They do live. It's fine. He crashed into the ceiling or the thing. He'll put on some clothes soon enough. Ah, such a wonderful dream. I slew a dragon and... Huh? What is this place? And for that matter, who am I? There. You were dead. Legitimately, he rose from the grave. A bunch of zombies found him and are like, hey, want to join our club? I, Hillebrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have awoken at last. I always knew you'd come back to us. Be it Red Moon or Black Dragon, no fiend is a match for my legendary might. And who might this fine lady be, She could be perhaps one of my many admirers. Oh, but what is this faint tingling sensation in my arm? This ringing in my ears, this dizziness, could it be a case? Could it be a case? Or a heart attack? Wait, what did it say? A mild concussion will not stop him from being encased. Verily, it could be naught else. Somewhere in this dastardly doings are afoot, and only I can thwart them. Copious quantities of sand, unbearable heat. Aha, the Sangoli Desert. I'd bet my life on it. Which means Ula is but a short trick away. Yes, it all fits. Only that din of inquiry could be so vitally triggering my keen investigator's sense. Fear not, law-abiding citizen. Inspector Hildebrand shall deliver you from evil. Okay, I guess we'll just go all the way back to Ulda. Ulda. Hello, TK. Let's ask this citizen. Beg your pardon, do you wish to question me as to whereabouts of the deviant running around town dressed in rags? Do I look like the reporter for the Mithril Eye? I do not consort with perverts. A pervert. I keep pressing that button because that's what the button I use for the other thing. The map in Xenoblade. What? You're looking for a half-naked Highlander who likes to catch criminals? I think I remember something like that. If you do manage to find his inspector friend of yours, tell him to do something about the goddamn duelist. Me mate's pa's cousin's best friend, kid's best friend, lost his blade the other day to that bastard. Sorry, lass, but if information you want, you best serve by going to Ryman. The only rumors I heard about is a weapon thief. Calls himself a duelist, so I hear. But when you don't allow your opponents to refuse, well... There we go. I take it to the zombie problem, eh? So do tell, just why are they dressing up like dandies? Wyman! Hey, Ryman! That all almighty bugging me with a bleeding spear. The dead's risen and they're walking the streets of Ulda! No need for melodrama, my good man. As you can see, my reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. It's true, he's not a zombie. I checked. You do seem to be hell and healthy, which begs the question. How in the seven hells did you survive that fall? Why question divine providence? What matters is Erosian's champion has returned, and that he, and by that I mean I, shall bring this thieving duelist to justice. Heard about that, didn't you? Might be harder than you think. I've got an inkling this fellow's current whereabouts. Inconceivable! I refuse to believe that the ever-inquisitive, ever-ambitious, ever-reliable Wyman is without but a single shred of information, even one as dubious relevance. Well, make no promises, mind you, but there's some talk of a fair maiden who said her most... The knave assaulted a young woman as well? The audacity! I should fly to her side at... Why, isn't it the lady from Segoli? Separation encounter indeed, unless you seek to the belligerent duelist. Capital, it'd be invigorating to engage in a friendly battle of wits. Already the spirit of competition fills me. Come, Nasu, we must away. Damn it, Hildy, I ain't told you the lass's name yet. Wyman believes the best use is to Inspector Hildebrand with this investigation. Well, Theresa, you might as well go after him. He'll be disappointed if you don't. The lady in question is named Yellow Moon. She's a woman with tastes of finer things in life. Safe to say you'll find getting fit into something in the Weaver's Guild most every day. Good luck with the inspecting, Inspector. Yeah, we'll go here. Oh, I didn't want that. Whoops. Wait. you. My beloved pure heart was unlike any one you have ever seen. Elegant, refined, the perfect accessory for any cultured woman. You will bring it back to me, won't you? A priceless possession, callously ripped from the hands of its owner. The lady weeps, and the wind bears her sorrow to his ears. What gentleman could not clarion call and not beg the honored champion in her cause? What in the world? I swear to you, here and now, I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall scour all of creation, from the deepest pit of 7 hells to the very pinnacle of heavens, for your pure heart. What he said. And you, my fellow servant of justice, I see your instincts are not to be underestimated, having guided you to this fair maiden's side. Now then, Miss Moon, what can you tell us of the thief? Thefts, sir, to be more precise. My pure heart was only the most recent item to be taken from me. I'm certain that I had left it when I had it when I left home the other day. After I browsed the latest fashions in Sunsilk and took in the match at the Coliseum, I realized it was gone. So, the time and location of the theft are unknown, essential details, without which we cannot solve the case. There's but one logical course of action, Miss Moon, to coax the hidden clues from your memories. We must reenact the fateful day's excursion to Sunsilk Tapestries. God, okay, where is that? Okay, it's just out in front of the Aether Plaza. Plaza. Whoops. Keep doing that by accident. Miss Moon, would you be so kind to describe your visit in detail in day of question? Nothing unusual happened, but if you insist, I was pondering whether or not to purchase a new dress when a man approached me and confessed his undying love. What sort of man says that a complete stranger, I asked. Naturally, I was taken aback. I dropped my purse. In shock, not intentionally, on his foot, and he cried out in pain and fled. If I may be so bold, Miss Moon, it strikes me as the most unusual happening. In any case, it appears completely unrelated to the theft. Let us next proceed to the Coliseum and see what you remember. Coliseum is over. I guess not. Copious crates. A conspicuous crate. Once again, Miss Moon, if you would be so kind to tell us what you remember. Well, like, I'm poor, nothing unusual happened. I felt like gambling that day and was debating which match to observe when a gladiator approached me from behind and confessed his undying love. Naturally, I was taken aback and whirled around and struck the man in the face with my purse. In shock, not unintentionally. Unfortunately, since I was carrying a tremendous sum of money, my purse weighed about 60 ounces or whatever, and the blow was enough to render him unconscious. 120 pounds? Miss Moon, you're a remarkably strong woman. Which is precisely why you were targeted. Oh, it's so obvious in hindsight. The thief bore you a grudge. No, more than that, he hated you with a passion. There's sure a lot of giant crates in Ul'dah. The Weavers Guild at Sunsilk Tapestries and here too. These crates are everywhere, Theresa. I wonder what's inside, but I don't know how we can open them. Of course, I have plenty of explosives. Here, why don't you try it? It'll be fun! Yeah, why don't we just bang open the fucking crates with explosives? Sure. What? Why were there people inside? Wait. At the heart of every crime rests a single, unassailable truth. Reach out only by navigating a web of falsehoods and contradictions. Hearken to me now, as if a shepherd leads his flock. I shall guide you to my irrefutable conclusion. A gladiator professes feelings only to be rejected and physically assaulted in response, wounding his pride as a warrior of a man. Presenting his prowess while recognizing his weakness, he carries out a most feasible vengeance. He robs Yellow Moon of her weapon, the pure heart. Inspector, we found the pure heart. Strange men sneaking around town and wooden crates had it. It's not what you think. We're not thieves. We're devotees. Yellow Moon is our sun and stars. We only wish to keep her safe from harm. And should our misplace an item from time to time, we collect it for safekeeping. Nothing untoward. You thievians were behind all the thefts all this time. You've been stalking me. What nerve! Ah, such unbridled fury, such rightness, indignation. We should be glad to accept the goddess's punishment. Goddess, devotees, but of course, that I had you inspect those crates was a stroke of genius indeed. As I was elucidating but a moment ago, these fiends are obviously the ones responsible for the recent rash of weapon thefts, as those thefts were carried out by a single individual, you imbecile. Lest you forget, the culprit is a duelist. He only claims his victim's weapons after defeating him in single combat. If your powers of observation were the greatest you claimed, you should be able to deduce that and your buffoons and boxes were incapable of such. I should know. I'm a reporter for the Mithril Eye. My name is Ellie, and I have been investigating these incidents for weeks. Inspector Hildebrand, gentleman investigator and agent inquiry, I presume. You look well for a dead man. Would you like to meet one of the duelist victims? I'll introduce you with pleasure. You'll be willing to share such a precious information with me? Your generosity is commendable, Miss Ellie. May this mark the beginning of a long and beautiful friendship. Yes, very good. The name of the man is... Where the bloody hell do you think you're going? I haven't even told you anything yet. Having no other recourse, Ellie was just to tell you the identity of the victim. I suppose you're imbecile's friends. You intend to help him. The man you wanted to find is an adventurer named Humphrey. He's presently confounded at the Golden Bazaar. With luck, the good inspector might find his way there by the time you arrive. If not, then so be it. I wonder what would happen if he discovered the victim is a perpetrator as well. Wait, Golden Bazaar. That should be... Oh, Camp Dry Bum. I thought it was the western one. Oh well. To the Golden Bazaar. In the middle of the rain. Hi, I'm Humphrey. You are? Oh. Alex, I've caught up with you. You there, young sir. I am told you're a victim of the marauding duelist. Me, a victim? How amusing. You amuse me. True, I was challenged by the duelist not long ago, but where he thought to find a well. He found a warrior of light instead. I defended my honor and my blades. See for yourself. You mean you won? That's amazing. Well, it's nothing compared to what I faced at Cartero. Magitek to the right of us, Magitek to the left of us. Stuck in the middle with Master Lu, we were. Poor, he was able to he was a dab hand with old magic he was. I tried to save him, of course, but it was limited to how many giant beasties a man can. That man is no warrior of light. Tell him, Elazar. Tell him how he lost and surrendered a sword that was not his own. Liar! Scoundrel! I trusted that bastard with me father's blade. I bid him take it to the smithy for restoration, even gave him the gil to pay for it. Then he comes crawling back, all sniveling, begging forgiveness for losing in a duel, as if that's enough to set things right. Look at me, you bleeding whore son, look at me. My flowing golden locks are no more. I've got bald from the stress of the heartbreak. I swear to everything holy that yours will be a face, I reckon, if you don't bring her back to me. All right. He beat the shite out of me and took the old man's sword. He used the gil to pay the Kyurgeon. I have no idea where he or the sword is. What I am supposed to do, huh? I can't give you what I don't have unless you help me find the sword. That's what you do, right? Help people? Have you no shame? First you claim a legacy is not your own, then you beg others to help you with problems if you don't make it. You will refuse this man, won't you, Inspector? And what of the Elzar's flowing golden locks? How is forsaking his young Humphrey to help the man he has wronged? We shall begin our search by questioning the people of the Golden Bazaar. Oh good, at least two of them are side by side. What do you have to say? Antique Source, oh no, I have focus about that. That traveling merchant, Jojonpa, is one of the other ass, assuming he hasn't left. That boy should be ashamed to have robbed poor Elazar of his priceless family emblem. This goes to tell you never trust an adventurer who claims to be a warrior of light. Thieves and tricksters, a lot of them. It may be the most honorable solution. But mayhap you should consider giving Elazar a counterfeit blade. If the deception brings him peace in his final days, would it be so wrong? Elazar's sword wasn't much to look at least it was authentic. More than a few collectors have been tricked and purchased counterfeit relics. What about... oh, here. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of an ancient sword. At least, not one that I can guarantee to be authentic. You see, my wares and any wares I determine to be dubious origin, I merely discard in the spring eastern can dry bone. Although I have no swords for sale at present, I may have disposed of similar in design to the one you described. This possesses a quandary. Though I'm loath to be deceive an honorable man like Elazar, a well-intentioned ruse might put his heart at ease, thus spurring the rejuvenation of his flowing golden locks. While we continue to search for the genuine article. Well, if there's a sword in that spring, it won't remain there for long. It's one of the most convenient sources of fresh water in the common folk in dry bone. You should endeavor to be more optimistic, Miss Ali. Like me, I say we search the spring first before declaring all is lost. I have to put on that voice because, goddammit. Though, then again, I should also maybe, it should be French because the Detective Crusoe, but eh. Boom, 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 boom. To me that I am not yet fully recovered from my accumulated injuries. It would not be prudent to immerse my body in water, not without first coating it with a liberal amount of salamander oil. That is, indeed, on many an occasion, my dearest mother tended my childhood scrapes just so. You understand the importance of physical rehabilitation, yes? Then you can assist me by pouring the oil all over my body. Body is but an instrument in the occasional need of oiling, so come, my friend, come and oil me up. Sure, Ah, the comforting scent as though I'm a child in her arms. Quickly now, before it dries, knead the oil into my aching flesh. Ah, the pain multiplies manifold. Gently now, gently. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods, yes, at last. My muscles slacken and soften, the warmth spreads, and the pain becomes pleasure. Now he's doing squats. Right there, yes, keep doing that, just like that, just like, yes. Now once more, with feeling. Of course this one takes longer. Of course this one takes longer. Ah, never before I received such a splendid administration. Now then, into the spring! You as well, my good woman. A holy pot. I mean, that doesn't really look like a holy pot. It looks like a broken pot. In a muddy bottle. Alright. You've been productive. Excellent. May I see what you found? Bottle, a useless rock, and a relevant part shard. No sign of the sword judged upon mention, I'd see. Ah! Now I'm all wet. What was that anyway? Did something cause you to... Once again, my instincts have gotten us to our quarry. That I had you search that section of the spring was a stroke of... Inspector, it's bad for your health to conduct an investigation in those clothes. I'll go to Uda and fetch you some new ones. How thoughtful of you. Nashu, while you're there, purchase a few bottles of hair tonic for Elazar as well. The newest, most potent blend you can find. Is it not wonderful, my friend? Soon all of Elazar's woes will be no more. I don't see that happening, but fine. Alright, where is he? Guess he's in the building? As promised, I return to you your father's ancient blade. Aye, it is her. Every chip and scratch is just to remember. God's bless ye, sir. Never expected you get this link for two strangers without thought of reward. Altruism is a rare trait these days. But 'tis common enough if you know where to look. A gentleman recognizes that the good in every soul and understands that none deserve to be forsaken. Spoken like a true gentleman, though your garments beg to differ. Inspector, I brought you a change of clothing. I also bought a supply of tonic from this peddler I met in Pearl Lane. Excellent work, Natsu. If you would just bring me that case. Inspector Hildebrand? This appears to be something lodged into my forehead. Could it be a missive from an enduring admirer? Plop, plop, plop. Plop, plop, plop. The author neglected to pin her name. I shall come to claim the collector's blade. Is that supposed to be flattering? No, it's supposed to be intimidating. The duelist wrote this. He's daring you to stop him. A challenge for me. Ho! At last, the curtain rises. Very well. If I'm to duel the duelist, I must dress for the occasion. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, accept your challenge. He's incredible, so bold, so majestic, just like a warrior of light. No, a gentleman of light. Get that little smile. He is exceptionally something. Core! Inspector Hildebrand, you look amazing! Huh? Dun dun. Hildebrand. Meanwhile, because these were done in patches. This is far from the strongest of swords. Blue skies and the rolling desert. How much longer must I seek the blade of legend? Challenge accepted, my worthy opponent. You shall not claim the blade. With my, let's call it what it is, genius, I shall bring you to justice. Wait, you wish to duel weapons, not wits? This bridge hardly seems appropriate for such an epic battle. Hey, I know that spear. That's the one I found buried with the pumpkins. Pumpkins sort of remind me of... No, it's gone. Never mind. Science of deduction. Ellie wishes to share your latest discoveries with you. For a chance you're curious about the duelist's declared target, so happens I've identified the weapon in question. The Treaty Blade is part of an Ishgardian noble's collection, or was, I should say. No, it hasn't been stolen yet, or has yet to been stolen. It's been purchased by Uldan Collector, a wife of a wealthy merchant living in Vesper Bay. Suffice to say, I'd be remiss in my duties as a reporter were I not to investigate her. And should the duelist strike while I'm present, well, I hope I needn't explain what golden opportunity that would be. Integrating myself in to her might prove to be the greatest challenge, though I'm told she's a difficult woman to please. Fortunately, I'm told that she has a fondness for rare flowers, a sort of tutsuli in Camp Drybone's cells. You can come along if you like. Here you are, miss. Thank you for your patronage. Was it for the love of the money that you killed him? I love him. It was you. Have you gone mad? That was a Mulligan error in the back. I don't even know how to shoot a bow. A Mulligan don't shoot fleeing unarmed merchants. They capture and temper them. Not that you or your victim make convincing merchants. If you're going to misrepresent yourself, put some effort into it. Wear gloves, for God's sake. Or at least don't wave your hands in front of my face. The calluses on your fingers betray you as a veteran archer. Doubtless you used your skills to great effect 5 years ago as you did your partner. So again I ask, was it because he took your share or your sister? You don't touch a man's kin. He knew that, and yet he... Yeah, I thought he did it for the money. You two, he's all yours. Yes, of course. Thank you for the help, Inspector. At least he's competent. But when investigating crimes because it's such a popular profession. It's not your job, you know. He likes doing it. He's one of the Ishgar's high houses. Some say he's a baron. Not all like that buffoon Hildebrand, don't you think? I try not to think about Hildebrand. We should get going. Lady Duntilda will not take kindly to wilted flowers. Okay, so that would be Horizon because it'll be Western. It's Vesper Bay. Oh yeah, no, yeah, it is this building. Again, I told you the last 20 came before you. If you come looking for work, it's already too late. And if it was in need of additional security, I would not deign to hire a common adventurer. Now remove yourself from my sight before I have you removed. Here's a lavender. Do you really think it'd be so easily manipulated? Present the right gift, speak the magic words, and you earn my respect? What's more, a flower's beauty is fleeting. I value the beauty that transcends the boundaries of time. Everlasting, enduring, unchanging, like mine. Now get out! Forgive us, Lady Dorid. We didn't mean no disrespect. We're afraid that you would not heed our warning otherwise. A notorious violent thief is plotting to steal the treaty blade. You fools! I shall come to claim the collector's blade, yes? I read the mithril eye. I know full well whom you speak. And it's none of your concern. I have legions of guards at my disposal. Should he try, I will have him seize the worst. And even by some miracle he should succeed, he will not escape my wrath, for I have retained the services of a certain gentleman. Ah, but you may see for yourself. Like every piece of my collection, he has been chosen with the utmost care. Now look at my peerless inspector, interlopers, and despair. Eh? Ships that pass in the night. A signal shown in the darkness. Lady cries out for a guardian, and a gentleman must need oblige. I swear to you here and now, I, Hildebrand, Agent of Victory, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall never slumber nor sleep until the fiend who covets the treaty blade is brought to justice. My lady, what brings you here? Are you coming in pursuit of the duelist as well? Or perchance in pursuit of me? As if a signal gill would be on an insufferable incompetent. To be fair, you're not spinning a single gill on me. The chance to investigate such an intriguing case is payment enough. Preemptive declarations of criminal intent are hardly in vogue. Sorry I'm late, busy solving a murder. Burden, consulting inspector at your service, my lady. Conniving inspector? Consulting inspector. Rotten flesh and salt and pepper. Hildebrand Mandeville Nasu Makaraka, I should presume. Two rank amateurs playing at a profession with which they hardly know not. Call me when you finish with these rascals. Are you heading? Are you winning, son? Yes. Well, you missed a bunch of dumb shit. You see, I do not need or want your help. Briarden is more than capable of overseeing the transfer. Now get out, all of you! Where have you been, Maria? Where's my vase? There was a strange flying thing, and the vase, I dropped it in the water. I was so... The vase once belonged to the Royal House of Thorn. Do you have any idea how much it was worth? You will go back outside right now and search for my vase. You are not to return until you find it. Do I make myself clear? My lady, pray allow me to go to the girl's stead. It is not safe, for she herself spoke of a ferocious wild beast. With my unmatched investigative skills, I shall swiftly locate and recover the missing vase, thereby earning your respect, at which point you will gladly grant me the permission to investigate the thieving duelist. Verily, it is a plan feverishly clever in its intricacies. Okay. Now it's been spoken aloud. Miss Maria, would you be so kind to tell me exactly what happened? Yeah? I picked up the vase in Olda, like Mother said, and I was on my way home. I was crossing the bridge, and a flight thing came. I got scared, so I ran. And when I stopped, it was gone. But so was the vase. I think I dropped it in Norfolk's Wells. I wanted to go and look, but there were scary-looking things down there. I'm scared to go alone. You are no longer alone, Miss Maria. We shall go together and look for the vase, all 5 of us. All 4 of you. I'm going to Inspector Briarden. If the duelist strikes, I mean to be there. Briarden. But, Miss Ellie, how could you ignore the plight of a young girl for the sake of a story? Because that's my job, you imbecile. Well, we shall not be derelict in our duty to justice. Help, Nashu. We must away. You don't even know where the bloody vase looks like. Maria, dear, listen. If it gets too dangerous and you feel afraid, run to the adventurer for help. Understood? guess it's time to investigate the wells. Ah. Camera's too zoomed into the butt. Audio. Audio. Where's my music? I guess we're in between, like, dawn and dusk, so it doesn't know which one to play. Alright, all we have to do is look. Flamboyant. No, we won't talk to the flamboyant oaf yet. Let me talk to other people first. A vase? Well, anything you follow along would like be swept downstream fairly quickly. Does this not have to do with that queer winged beast I saw earlier? No, never mind then. Wait. Up, down, up. Oh, up. That girl who ran by early, I seen her, has something in her hands, but dropped it when crossing the bridge. Didn't get a good look, but I reckon it doesn't matter any road. Whatever it was, it's long gone by now. Now we can talk to the flamboyant oaf. Pox upon that thieving demon bird. He shall rue the day he crossed paths with me. Huh? A vase? Oh, wait. I gotta do the actual voice. Avaunt, vase. I know not what you... God, curse this infernal refuge underfoot. Every point is a dagger. There's something in the water at the man's feet. This is gonna really suck. It's been a few months since I've done the voice. Do I spy a treasured vase of Lady Dorilda over? Oh dear. Does this belong to you, child? Forgive me. I was so engrossed in my search that I did not notice. You search for what, pray tell? The demon bird that escaped with my weapon. I set it down but for a moment, only to see the necks in the talons of that cursed creature. I gave chase, following it to the waters. In my haste, I must have stepped upon your vase. Don't fret, Maria. I know it looks bad, but I'm sure Inspector Hildebrand will make think of something. But I have already, my faithful assistant. Hearken to me, for the rising sun doth dispel the dark, though my solution resolve our dilemma. But first, we must gather as many fragments of the vase as we can. What does this... Gotta collect. Chicken. The fact that it takes so long sucks. I think it depends upon which one. Like, no, oh, yeah, okay, it does. Yeah, that one goes much faster. Come to present your findings, have you? Splendid, let's have a look. Just for us. Well done, my friend. This should be more than sufficient for our needs. He has performed miracles with far less, I thought. There is but one person in all of Erodia capable of reconstructing this vase. A man whose skill with the hammer has brought rival goldsmith Flo. So breathtaking on his work, so fearsome his competitive spirit. This man is no mere goldsmith. Think of him as he is one with a great warrior. Once, a notorious gang of thieves perpetrated a series of robberies in Ul'dah, targeted establishments which sold luxury goods. One such shop was owned by a humble lapidary of whom I speak. He was the last shop the thieves struck, and the following morning they were found beaten, bound, and gagged in the gold court. The brass braids never learned who was responsible. Only information they had was testimony of a thief, who kept muttering the words, "The hammer! The hammer!" He sounds dangerous. Aye, that he does, and I so do enjoy the company of dangerous men. Beware my manners, I have not properly introduced myself. I am Gilgamesh, and that is my companion, Enkidu. Well, not really. It's been many moons since I last saw her, so to ease the burden of loneliness, I tamed the rooster and painted it green. In any case, you meet the search for this goldsmith, yes? If so, it would be my pleasure to help. The pleasure is all mine, Gilgan. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Greencree, Inspector Extraordinaire, bid you welcome. If it's that hard for you to remember, I'll leave you to calling me Gil. Excellent suggestion, Greg. Now, playful monikers are effective means of building camaraderie. Call me Hildy. Now then, from what I've known of the goldsmith's propensity to procure his materials himself, I have deduced that he's more likely to be found in the vicinity of Blue Fog in the northern Denelin. It was there we shall begin our search. This must be a logo for this game. Are you talking about Gilgamesh or are you talking about Hildebrand? Because Hildebrand has his own fucking logo. Blue Fog. Yes, Gilgamesh, I know. They did enough to sit back and copy the Amano art. I might actually have to stop at the trial because there is a bike. Well, because, you know, with everything that happened, we'll probably continue the second half of the first the Around Reborn Hildebrand quest. Dolben's wounds indicate that it was felled by a hammer. A trail of bloody footprints leads to the north. I don't think it's been dead long. Maybe whoever did this is still around. Also, you should prepare yourself, Mindbender, for, you know, what's going to happen in a minute. The basilisk runes indicate that it was felled by it with a hammer. A trail of blood leads to the north. Single blow to the head. Impressive. Greg. Ahriman carcass. My butt is clenched. I don't know if I can even do this part justice. The Dolben, the Basilisk, this Ahriman, all slain with a hammer, as if it was the beast over yonder, unless I'm mistaken. That Chimera must have been his latest prize, which means he must still be about. Mayhap he is watching us at this very moment, attempting to ascertain our intentions. He was ever a callous man when on the hunt. Alas, it comes to this. Though every fiber of my being cries out in rebellion, I must break my oath and do the unspeakable. What is it I must do that's so terrible? I must dance! I'm a Manderville man, doing what only a Manderville can, from the peace of Corthus to Thanalan. Manderville man. I cannot avert my eyes! That is the dance of House Manderville, passed down from father to son. Were I perform it without the sleight of our quarry, he would not be able to resist revealing himself. Alas, I neglected to properly stretch my legs beforehand. My good woman, I see no other solution. You must dance in my stead. Though it be a gross, nay, inconceivable violation of my family's traditions, I must bequeath to you the Mandeville. Baptism in this fight. You have learned the emote Manderville Dance. The time has come for you to do what only a Manderville can. We are a sibling style, my constant comrade, for I have shared with you the secrets of House Manderville. Now you must use that knowledge. Go to the falling chimera and dance only on Mandeville can. Summon the goldsmith. The hammer's still there. Donk, donk, donk. Fancy yourself a Mandeville man? You would do only a Mandeville can? Then lift your legs and put up your hands. Be a Mandeville man. He comes. Ho ho! You have not to fear from me. Not at all. The only accounts I've come to settle with were with this chimera. Here it comes. But you were not drawn here by the same coincidence, were you? No, you've come in search for me, Godbert. Why else would you gyrate your hips in such a gentlemanly fashion, if not that? Well, more importantly, how in the hells did you learn the Mandeville? If I did not teach you, then who? By the grace of Thal, what sorcery is this? He yet lives? Now imagine all the improved textures, but on these characters. Hildebrand, Heliodor, Maximilian Mandeville! "10 years, Hildebrand. 10 years since you've left home, and 5 since I learned of your trip to Dalamud. How long have you planning to allow your mother or father to suffer under the illusion that their beloved son was dead?" Your son? You're Hildy's father? Godbert the goldsmith's a Mandeville man. Smithing is only a Mandeville can. Oil him up and give him a tan, fit for a Mandeville man. Please, father, cease your undulations at once. There are more pressing matters at hand. This antique was made must be made whole once more for the sake of Miss Maria. God, he's so ripped. Huh, don't you worry, little one. I will deal with worse cases before my morning bowel movement. Jesus. Yeah, okay. Yay. Hold your applause until the end. For I got Guy my hammer. Look how it sparkles in the twilight, how it radiates elegance. Would you all not agree that this is a work of art? You completely destroyed a priceless antique's historical value. I forgot how I'm doing any of the voice. Nonsense! I've taken a dull, unremarkable vase and transformed it into something far superior. I hope you are paying attention, Hildy. How long has it been since you last held a hammer? Father, this is not the path. An agent of inquiry, an inspector. It is my duty to help those in need. Miss Maria was one such person. There are others, too. Innocent peoples whose weapons were callously ripped from their hands by a thieving duelist. I thought I'd put away this childish dream. No matter. You will understand in due time. No, I will not. I am Inspector Father. I can be naught else. Mr. Godford, sir? I don't think my mother's gonna like it what you did. You probably wouldn't let Mr. Hildebrand help with the investigation. We gotta save a certain Henry. Perhaps she will take a liking to this reimagining. Fucking face. You spoke of a thieving duelist, did you not? It so happens I'm something of a duelist myself. Were we to cross paths with this fellow, I would welcome the opportunity to pit my skills against him. He can do it well, I should think. I see, you're possessed of a strong sense of justice. Well, glad I have met you, Greg. Now, let us return to Vesper Bay and see how our vase is received. Vesper Bay, you say. What a coincidence. I shall be heading there myself on business once I have finished gathering materials. Oh, I think you might have seen the demon bird which took my weapon. Go on without me. I shall soon follow anon. I have summoned the goldsmith. And now I have to go all the way back to the Waking Sands. I mean Vesper Bay. Oh, I need to make sure of something. I want to make sure I do that before I ever get into the trial fight. Because I'm definitely going to solo it. I hope she likes it. Mother, I brought you the vase. By the gods, have you no at all no shame? How dare you make my daughter complicit in your chicanery? I don't know where you found this gaudy trash, but it bears no resemblance to whatsoever to the vase I purchased. Now, see here, Lady Dorota, not only did you send Maria to fetch your priceless vase alone, placing her in considerable danger, but should bandits or wild beast attack, which they did, but... Gaudy trash. Lord Mandeville, sir, I did not realize you've arrived. Though I should not be compared to lavish accommodations for esteemed gentlemen such as yourself, you must enjoy. I pray the humble abode meets your satisfaction. Oh, it does, my lady. It does. Especially since that exquisite vase over there yonder. Although I gathered from your previous comments that you do not like my reconstruction. Your reconstruction? Oh, I don't like it. I love it. I was going so far to call it the new centerpiece in my Thorn Dynasty collection. Ah, what a relief. I would have been more distressed if you said otherwise. We Mandevilles do such pride in our work and ever strive for professional perfection. Oh, but why am I repeating what my son Hildebrand doubtlessly told you when he offered to investigate the duelist threats? Enough expository banter, I say. I cannot recall if your son used those precise words, but I do remember thinking that his help would be most welcome. You will be helping us, Inspector Hildebrand, will you not? Wait a minute, your father's Lord Godfrey Mandeville, the man who took over Eleanor Quiverson's seat on the syndicate? Look, he still has the spats on. All he's doing is covering his chest. It appears that might create many developments over the past 10 years of which I was completely unaware. In any case, we must redirect our energies towards the investigation of the thieving duelist. Our first in order of business would be review all the facts with our consenting Inspector Briarden. Hey, we're helping now. Why are you still here? Allow me to elucidate. Lady Durrell has asked us to assist with the investigation. Now, kindly share with us all your information. Fine. Our plan is to advance to a stage where even you couldn't ruin them anyways. I commissioned several reproductions of the Treaty Blade through a merchant named Joe Johnson, who traffics in counterfeit antiques. These blades have been delivered to the observatorium, where they are being distributed amongst Lady Durrell to sell swords. Once I give the order, they'll be transported via alternate routes to Vesper Bay. Oh, I think I get it. You're hiding rail transport with a bunch of decoys. They're all decoys. The moment a thief strikes, all of our forces will converge on his location, including those disguised as small folk along each route. The real Treaty Blade will remain in the original owner's vault until the thief has been apprehended. Everything's been accounted for. You are superfluous. Maybe we can use more small folk to watch the roads and not miss the observatorium. Assuming you have the capacity to conduct yourself in an unassuming fashion. Fear not, my fellow inspector, for I am a master of disguise. Have you any information regarding the duelist himself? A description? You never thought to ask Humphrey, did you? The thief is said to be a towering brute dressed in red who wields a halberd. Ha 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 ha! A man so garishly dressed should be easy to find in the snowy Corthus. Then I suppose we don't need your help after all, do we? Come, or don't. I could care less. He's seeing you. Huh. A man dressed in red? Pray forgive my lateness. Greg, my good man, what a pleasure to see you again. We received new information regarding the weapon thief. A victim described him as a halberd-wielding brute dressed in a ridiculous outfit. A ridiculous outfit? Oh, now I am intrigued. What reasons would a warrior have for wearing impractical clothing? What reasons indeed? It is enough to make a gentleman laugh. Inspector Hildebrand will have you accompany him to Corthus. Allow me to summarize the current plan of action. Our destination is the observatorium. Our mission is to pose as goodly small folk in accordance with the Inspector Briarden's instruction. Naturally, should the situation demand improvisation, we are to disregard those instructions. Any crashes? No, let's sally forth at once. Alright, all the way back to Corthus. Dragon Head. Oh yeah, the fucking observatorium. This. We're getting close. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hail to thee, fellow servant of justice. I take it you're one of the many tasked with transporting a counterfeit treaty blade? Clearly you mistaken me for someone else, sir. At ease, Sergeant, they're with us. More small folk. Keep an eye on them, or else. But sir, I... Bugger me. Don't you bloody move until I get back. I say, is this the land why is this lens always so inhospitable? The biting winds, the endless snows. Mayhap keeping an active well will help me stay warm. Or, should I chance to find this thieving duelist, I will of course summon you after administering the requisite beating. Haha! Okay. Good, you're still... Wasn't there someone else with you a moment ago? Ah, you speak of Greg. He ventured outside the gates mere moments before your arrival, full eager to catch the thief. As are we. Come, Nasu. We must answer the call of duty. Aye. You look like you might actually be useful. Why don't you have a word with my men near the east gates? We're undermanned there. Hey, say you were undermanned. Wait, they went west. Why are they back here? You see that's us now? No? I don't think my eyes were playing tricks on me, but there's only one way to be sure. You wait here. Inspector, over there, look! What is it, Nasu? Play, tell me what you see. Ah, I see you, demon bird. You will not escape me this time. Why, hello there, my friends. Is on a miss? Oh, it's just Greg. For a moment, I thought you might have spotted our thief. Come, Nasu. We have leave here long overlong. We must say grace post haste. Digress. Wait, there's fucking igloos here? There's not out of the ordinary here either. No luck, We have scoured every ilm of this area to no avail. I can only conclude that, having learned of his opponent was the legendary Inspector Hildebrand, the duelist renounced his criminal ways and reiterated into hiding. Or perhaps he's waiting patiently outside the walls for more wagons to leave. That being said, you should decide to venture into the wilderness. You best arm yourself with more than your wits. I appreciate your concern, Miss Ellie, but a gentleman should abstain from violence unless absolutely necessary. I'll fight you, Inspector. I haven't found a weapon to use. But 12, is that the same self-spirit which propelled me to the Red Moon? Wherever did you find it? It was buried in the snow. Well, one cannot ignore the will of destiny. Return it to me, Nasu. Though I will endeavor to avoid fisticuffs, I will be duly armed should the worst come to worst. Now then, we shall begin our search to the duelist to the east of the observatorium. Notice how no one else has basically been looking at Greg. He leaves every time someone else shows up that could confirm him. There's a really big bridge up ahead. Where art thou, my nefarious nemesis? But it's not the self-same creature, but one of many. Nevertheless, I know that my weapon is close by. You sense it too, don't you? Okay. Greg, I've been meaning to, Greg, I've been meaning to ask, why do you covet this weapon so? If you behold it, you will understand it. In some ways, it bore a resemblance to a spear, but in other aspects, it was quite different. It was a crown with a magnificent axe blade, to which wielded a musket barrel. It was one of the first weapons I've added to my collection after arriving in these lands. Ah, how I yearn to reclaim it, the strongest of spears. Huh. Oh. The weapon of yours bears a striking resemblance to the strongest of spears. I claimed this weapon 5 years ago. Surely you can't be serious. Now you call me Shirley. No matter. Give it to me. Give it to me. This spear and I have traveled together to the very heavens. I will not be relinquished it again. This spear and I have bested many a man together. I will not relinquish it again. Then we are at impasse. I can't believe I'm saying this, but well done, Inspector. Thanks to you, we've caught the weapon thief in the act. Miss Ellie, you're grossly misreading our dispute. Greg is a good, honest man who I'm certain has never stolen a weapon in his life. Indeed, I have not. Every weapon I've claimed was by my rights mine. Each was a trophy for besting my opponent in single combat. Wait. I believe this constitutes a confession. Seize him. A confession to what? I have done not wrong. You're all beyond reason. Yes, my plan to secure Greg's confession was utterly faultless, and his captive will be my coup de grace. Dude, that's how they descended the name of Greg. I know, right? Well, my plan is thus far flawless. Griffin Crosses is still impassable. I know you are, even if that imbecile doesn't. So let's not mince words. Only you have the skill to face the duelist in battle. Even so, your strength alone will likely not suffice. I suggest you muster what allies you can. Or I can do it by myself. Because I'm going to do it by myself. Actually, I need to start setting some things up. Nasu, Miss Ellie, my young woman, it's a relief to hear your footfalls. As you know doubtless need to do so, I'm unable to prevent Greg from escaping through the doors. I must leave the rest to you. Yes, it was I behind this doors the whole time. You took too long to arrive. I was getting worried you might have gotten lost. Long did I wonder what your role in this play was. A silent guardian, content to watch over the events that fold with minimum interaction. At last I understand. You were fated to duel, you and I. Best to be, you may have the spear. Fail and your weapons are forfeit. Fair terms, do you not think? I will even extend them to your allies. I grant you to summon others. After all, it will avail you to no advantage. For Gilgamesh, it is embiggening time! Literally just call it the Battle in the Big Bridge. In his quest to attain the strongest of weapons, the notorious duelist Gilgamesh has long eluded authorities, until now. Forced to take a stand at the impassable Griffin's Crossing, he has challenged him to a duel, triumph, and he shall yield his prize. Should you fail, your weapons shall be forfeit. Can't win this. I know I can't. Also, this is the only time he gets voiced in this entire fucking quest line. Yeah, I'm 40 levels above with 300% bullshit.
Go on, you. It's Toad, your favorite.
This is gonna be hilarious, but it's... Oh, okay, just...
Rotten? That's cheating! What? Fine, I admit it. Fighting all in is just too much for me. Not? Ha! I lied! Everything! Why, I've been had! This is far from the strongest of spears! I feel so betrayed! Goodness gracious! I, just remembered something!
Oh yeah, the guy who leads bomb. Now there's a bunch of individuals.
I must say, I quite enjoy these tussles. I feel we've gained an understanding. An understanding I will... I won't go down so easily. Well then. That's enough of a beating for now.
Sure. And that was the Battle of the Big Bridge. Goes a lot faster when you're doing it by yourself at 90. Alone yet still armed. In any case, he seems satisfied with the halberd. We shall proceed with the delivery. Oh, we have to go all the way back to this. Bang. Incredible. Saber survived panic beast. Oh no. I know. There's still 2 more within the Realm Reborn trials. We'll get it next time on after we finish this, I think. Everything is fine. Here you go, the blade. Ah, it is the most magnificent than I imagined. It will make a fine addition to my collection. And with that, our business is concluded. Cheers. I generally mean that in your case, by the way. Oh, it's one isn't right, Inspector? Though it's a shame that Greg turned out to be a thief. There you are, Inspector Brandon. Why did you not wait for me at the docks? Oh, right then. Huh? Why are you all staring at me so? Oh, never mind that. Where is my treaty blade? But didn't we just give you the treaty blade? Oh no. A mask. You've been had. Disguise yourself as the client and let the treaty blade come to you. Take advantage of an existing situation to distract us from the real crime. Brilliant. The man in red never spoke of the treaty blade, only the halberd. Moreover, he also always issued his challenges in person. Dear gods, isn't it obvious? What is it with funny little brains? It must be so boring! The man in red did not send a challenge, then who did? Huh? Shit. Nope. 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 Oh! I believe this is addressed to me, condescending Inspector Briarden. Piss off! 400 years have I slept, 1,000 faces do I wear. What is yours will be mine. I shall come to claim the Lapis Maiden's virtue. A many-faced phantom thief. Interesting. Design and the wording is the same as before. The thief who stole the treaty blade sent this. Very well. I, and I alone, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, once more accept your challenge. You want to challenge us? Stand and face me, you buffoon! Ah! Look at the child laugh. It's pretty much right up that alley. How dare you laugh at a time like this, allowing my precious treaty blade to be stored with... And you, Maria. Well, I suppose it's a little funny, isn't it? The two of them dashing to and fro, a pair of gentlemen mummers. You know, it's been far too long since we've seen a show. We should head into the city later. Just you and me. Not bad, Hildy. Not bad at all. You're indeed a Manderville man. Mark my face, O phantom of many faces, for it's the face of the... But we still gotta have the next time. The fiend carrying dares to claim the life of the fair maiden's virtue? As the siege of jealousy quickened within the specter's soul. Can true love bloom on this battlefield? Will this Manderville man find his Manderville wife? LeBron will return in A Case of Indecency. Hey, what's with the goggles these men are wearing? They look suspicious. They look special. Mayhap if I ask Ninely to give me a pair. I guess we'll find out next time. Okay. Best corresponding game. Yep. Wonderful. Like, hello, Torvar. No, we're actually going to call it there because we just did Battle on the Big Bridge, so... We'll finish up the Realm Reborn ones next time. Maybe start the Heavensward ones. Only these are up in Kodo. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be more towards the Pink Panther type of stuff than like Holmes. Like Hildebrand is definitely a Detective Crusoe type of thing. But yeah, hold on. Myself only. Hey, here's next week's schedule. Let's see, Pokemon Legends. On Sunday and Tuesday, because I didn't want to play Pokemon Legends 3 times in a row, we're going to be looking at the PS5 trial of Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah. Final Fantasy VI on Wednesday because the Pixel Remaster comes out. 14, and the continuation of this, will be on Thursday of next week. Because Friday's Elden Ring. Yeah, I know. Like, half of this VOD is the FanFest, half of this VOD is that quest line. It is funny. It is a great quest line.
Get down, you little flower, the fool and the sense like kimochi. 二人で一緒にね、もう Winterland。あなただけ見つめて、私だけ見つめて、明日を誓おう。ぎゅっと高め燃える恋の心、激しく舞い散る勇気に包まれて。永
Okay. Let me look at who's online and Karagi's ending. I know vote's on, but I don't feel like I should. I don't want to tell. It's fine. You never feel bad if you have to miss a stream. There's always VODs that you can watch. You know what? I wanna rate a dog, but not one that I've ever rated before. How about we rate Mint Kid Stella? I've never watched her. Like chat tomorrow for me. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I will refund that right now. As soon as I'll refund it as soon as the thing goes away. I didn't see it until too late. I can click chat tomorrow anyways because I'm not streaming tomorrow. Yeah. So anyways, thank you for coming out tonight. Stay safe. I'll see you guys on Sunday for more Pokemon Legends. Have a good night and have a great weekend. Bye bye.